Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Good morning.
And Supervisor Williams would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. At this time, I would like to announce that items 4F and 4G have been withdrawn. It is now time for public expression. If you wish to provide comment on items of interest that are not on the agenda, please come forward at this time. If you could please form a line at the podium so I can tell how many speakers we have, that's helpful. If you're on Zoom and wish to make public comment, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 if you are calling via telephone. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on items that are not on the agenda?
Very good. Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. Farmers market is always really small. Almost 4 vendors a couple of weeks ago. I mean, that's persistence. But that's what it is. And it's really nice to see all the regulars show up. So the gratitude and appreciation this last week was Shamish Cubison. And she just glowed, and we had a glowing conversation. And it was nothing about anything on the agenda. Besides, you pulled part of it off, which is really good. I don't know why. But the gratitude and appreciation with somebody like that, again, is we're all people. We all have lives. We all breathe air. We're all going to die. And again, it was an interesting conversation. I don't want to talk about any agenda items, but you know, we obviously talked about finances, about how people do things, and people have asked me, supervisors, what it makes to be a supervisor, and what do you guys think it makes? For me as a citizen, I expect you as a leader to listen to the people that have the best advice. And I expect you to use your judgment in doing that. And I think we've had a great failure of that the last couple of years, and I think that's obvious. And I'm real opinionated on specific issues. A lot of us are. I'm surprised there's not more people. Which brings me to the next subject. It's not gratitude and appreciation. Is the voter turnout. For whatever reason, it's terrible. Nobody cares. So again, I think that's because, for whatever reason, collectively, individually, we have all failed. Nobody has come forward with any good ideas, any changes. All we've done is take shots at each other, including myself, and I apologize for that. And, you know, the two parting supervisors, again, I met you on market. You're human beings. You're great people. I love everybody that I've worked with so far. I think we need to continue on that line, again, as human beings, helping each other forward. And the planning and building, however that came out, just like the veteran move, planning and building the fee raises, it makes no sense. So I can't wait to hear the explanation for that. So that's my thing. We need to fix that because you're killing business there just like you did with the marijuana stuff. I'm not going to talk about what we're paying county council and outside council. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Consuelo Rocha, coming again in front of you guys. Caregiver and volunteer with the union. We appreciate the money you put on the table, but seriously, I cannot wait 1, 2, 3 years. I don't think my bills are gonna wait. I think the landlord is gonna say, excuse me, I can wait for you a month if I'm lucky. The streets cannot wait. I really are thankful, but really, even creditors don't wait too much. Then please, we really appreciate it, but we really appreciate it if your accounting department gets better. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Siva Jabelli, and I've been a caregiver, IHSS caregiver for over 31 years. And I started out at $525. We're not getting enough to survive now. The bottom line is, thank you very much for finally starting a talk with Mindo about their wages. But you have to realize they can't wait 3 years. The cost of living is going up every day, and rent is going up. And if you have a mortgage, your fire insurance, and all those things that come with owning a house are going up. They're going up today. They're not going up yesterday or years from now. They're going up now. So they need their money now, not later. But thank you for finally coming across and giving them some money. But just reconsider the time frame, please, because they need it now. They don't need it tomorrow. I mean, 3 years from now. And I'm going to be 70 years old this year, and I'm still working full-time. I have 3 clients because we don't make enough to pay our expenses now. And so thank you again, but reconsider the time frame, please.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I just want to point out, why are we using Renee Law Group for our elections fiasco? We already have Renee Law Group representing the county as county counsel. Why wouldn't we hire an outside attorney, another, more heads the better, right? More brains together to work this out. And I just don't understand why we keep going with the same law group when we know there's going to be litigation and we're going to have lawsuits over the election. So I would advise you to get some more advisors out there, get a different law group that's going to bring more expertise to this situation. Thank you.
Luisa Acosta with the CIU. With all due respect, Board, we really appreciate, I feel the same way as the bargaining team does. We really appreciate the fact that you finally realize that the current living wage for our members is not enough. But just like Siva stated, we cannot wait 3 years to catch up to what we are asking right now. Next month, fast food workers are going to be earning $20 an hour. We will have a shortage in caregivers. I hope that matters to you as much as it matters to them. Over the last couple weeks, you were all aware that we lost one of our elders. She was still working at 80 years old. Siva just mentioned her age. It is elders caring for younger folks. Where is justice here? Are they ever going to get to some rest? Are they ever going to get to retire? Please, we are begging you. It's not necessarily about the beg, but it's asking you to do the right thing. Give them $20 minimum. You're not going to regret it. You're not going to regret it because these folks are folks that are not going to say no, okay, to the caregiving of their clients. They do it out of love, and it's really, really hard. The longer I do this work, the more I get to realize that this work is really, really, really hard, and it takes special people to get it done. And if a restaurant, it's going to pay $20, fast food restaurants are going to pay $20, we're going to lose a lot of them to go there, to be able to pay their bills. So please, get that money on the table, and let's sign the contract yesterday. Tomorrow it's a little late. Thank you very much.
Morning. just like everybody else, I wanted to say thank you because you guys are moving, you know. We all are moving in this process, so we appreciate that. But again, it's just a matter of needing the money right now. I was just reading, you know, I think last week was the news about naming Ukiah one of the strongest towns, you know, and I was just reading more about it, and one of the main things, number one thing that they look when they name a town, the strongest town, is because the town and the city and the county invest in the people. So let's do the right thing, right? Let's invest in the people of the community. I mean, again, the minimum wage, livable wage for somebody in Mendocino County is $23 an hour. And it's just, they're not making $23 an hour, and we're not asking for $23 an hour. Again, just to remind you, Mendocino County has the 5th most severe caregivers shortage. So that means a lot of the hours are being unused for caregivers. So in other words, we're leaving money at the table. So yeah, so what we want is, you know, we cannot delay it. We want a strong contract now, and we need at least $20 an hour now for caregivers. And let's make not only Ukiah, but Mendocino County a strong county, right? By investing in their people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public in the room that would like to come forward? Seeing none, I'll go to Karen Bowers online.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm here today to reiterate, I was before you last on February 27th, saying that on behalf of the Coast Democratic Club of Mendocino County leadership, we support the $20 minimum at a minimum. I'm glad to see that it's on the agenda today. But I'm here also today to talk about redistricting and our election. We participated years ago in the county's redistricting process. Staff time, personal time, public time, meetings, and so forth, only to find out that at this point in our process of elections, the information, the redistricting that was required was not inputted into the data. Now ballots are in the lurch. Candidates don't know what's happening. And we are asking for accountability. We don't understand what the next plan is to fix the problem. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public online that wish to speak? You can use the Zoom feature to raise your hand or press *9. Seeing none online, are there any other members of the public that wish to speak on public expression? Seeing no one come forward, I'd like to close public expression and move to the consent calendar. Are there any members of the board that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, are there any members of the public that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none in the room, seeing no hands raised online, are there any members of the board that wish to make a motion?
Move approval of consent calendar.
Thank you. We are going to try voting by the button. Has everybody pushed their button? Thank you very much.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the assessor, clerk, recorder, registrar of voters, acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, sheriff, and various other county department heads or designees. And I see that Sarah Pierce is coming forward to provide an update from the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office.
Good morning. I think there was a public comment from the last item. That didn't come up. I don't know if we want to take it or
From
not.
consent calendar?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize
Okay.
about that. If you'd like to come forward for an item on the consent calendar, please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Mulheron, members of the board, CEO Antle, and Assistant County Counsel Scott. My name is Gina Connor, Deputy Director for Family and Children's Services, and I would like to speak briefly on consent item 3P, the proclamation recognizing Social Worker Appreciation Month in Mendocino County. I didn't want to pull it, but I did want to make public comment on it. March is a time nationally to celebrate the great profession of social work and educate the public about the important contributions of social workers. The national theme for Social Work Month 2024 is Empowering Social Workers. The social work profession has existed for more than a century, and the need for social workers is greater than ever. Mendocino County Department of Social Services has dedicated social workers and social worker support staff in family and children's services, adult and aging services, and employment and family assistance services who provide services to those in need across the lifespan from the newborns to the elderly. They play an important role in addressing complex social problems, improving human well-being, and helping individuals, families, and communities address personal and systemic barriers and overcome issues that prevent them from reaching their full potential. Just a few examples of work done by our social workers include investigating reports of abuse or neglect to our most vulnerable residents in Mendocino County, working with our customers to create action plans and access supports within the community to strengthen and empower them to reach their stability, whether the challenges be related to housing, untreated or undertreated health conditions, and other basic needs, and arranging alternative care settings to support individuals' care and safety when they cannot be maintained at home. The work can be very difficult, extremely stressful, and tremendously joyful, and requires empathy, compassion, and patience. For their service, the department would like to express our gratitude and admiration for our staff, and we would like to thank the board for recognizing March as Social Worker Appreciation Month and appreciation of the work that your social workers do 24/7, 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. They've been received for the record. Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Last meeting, I had stated I would be bringing forward today the carry forward amount. Currently, I am projecting about a $700,000 carry forward from 22-23. I just want to note that this is only an estimate and is subject to change once we have finalized the 22-23 audit. We still are on track to receive the finalized audit by the end of April. So I would also like to note that during the April 9th board meeting, I will be presenting a 22-23 preliminary closeout. As part of this process, I would like to also review the general reserve and contingency policy to ensure a prudent level of financial reserves are accounted for. Historically, the Q4 closeout has not been reported, but going forward, I'd like to make this a standard practice so that the board and the public can have an initial view of the financials before the finalized audit is presented, and it'll allow more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Jardy.
So I don't want to put you on the spot because I didn't get a chance to ask you this before the meeting. But I know that in past years, the carry forward from the previous year, I think has been as high as $3 or $4 million. Do we have kind of a rough average of what the carry forward from previous year to the next year has been? Or is that something you can maybe look up for later?
Yeah, it's something I can look up and bring back during the April 9th meeting. I don't have it on hand.
It'd be kind of nice to see like a 5 or 10 year average. It sounds a lot lower than it normally is.
It is. And so that's what I want to kind of present the closeout, because there's a lot of moving pieces and adjustments that have to be entered in order to get the financials to where they should be.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
There's a lot of progress in a short time. Does your office need any support from us?
At this time, I can bring back during April's meeting as well. There may need to be additional support for the tax collector's office when it comes to auctions, but I'm working through that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the county agency, department heads that wish to come forward at this time? Supervisor Hashak, did you have a question for the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, or?
No, it's a comment about the registrar of voters. So I did go to the registrar of voters office this morning, talked to Katrina Bartolome, and to let her know that I had some questions about the election, you know, because there is certainly concern out there in the public about, you know, both the third or the printing problems and then also the redistricting issues. So she said that she would not be here because she's working on getting the election results, working on them, you know, it's a continuing process, and that the time she spends here is time that the whole process has to stop. So I just wanted to let people know that we do have, I mean, the public certainly has questions. The board probably has quite a few questions about what has gone on with the elections, and I look forward to having that discussion with Ms. Bartolome in the future.
Thank you. I do believe that Katrina has provided CEO Antle with a written report for the board today.
Yeah, thank you, CEO Antle. I'll read this on behalf of Ms. Bartolome that provided it to me this morning. With regards to elections, I'm sorry I'm not able to be in the boardroom this morning. I'm working on getting our updates out on time. When ballots are presented, we work in teams. If I leave, that means my team is working on stops. Our staff is opening and getting ballots ready to count, and my assistant register of voter and myself are working on the canvas, proving the numbers we released on election night. We are verifying the roster from the polling locations and scanning ballots as we receive them from processing. We are concentrating on the supervisor districts on the ballot, 1st, 2nd, and 4th districts. We are also working on provisional, conditional voter registration ballots that were received at the polls on election day. The voter register cards that were included with those ballots must be processed before we can start working on the actual provisional, conditional voter registration ballots. On election, our next elections result update will be this afternoon. Our update results will be posted on our website and transmitted to the Secretary of State Vote Cal Division to be posted on the Secretary of State's website result page. We will also produce an update processed ballots report for the Secretary of State that will be posted on our website. This report will fulfill the requirements of AB 63. Please look for our current election result page for updated results and our election page for the updated unprocessed ballots report later this afternoon. The report is due by 4 p.m. Ballots that were postmarked by election day and received in our office by today will still be processed and counted. Tomorrow, we will begin to verify each of the misprinted ballots that were returned, making sure that the voter returned their replacement ballot. If they didn't return a replacement ballot, we will remake the misprinted ballot to their proposed precinct and party to ensure their votes are counted. Thursday, March 14th, we will be doing our 1% manual tally on randomly drawn precincts, verifying our count that was released election night. We will update our election results to the Secretary of State and to our website weekly until we certify the election. We have 30 days, April 4th, to certify. We are keeping on track of our hours and our extra work we were having to do because of the misprinted ballots, and will be in discussions with the printer about this. As soon as we have certified the election, we will work with the future vendors to make sure a mistake like this does not happen again. This has been an unfortunate mistake that has cost our county a lot of extra time and work. An assessor's update. On February 15th, we have completed 320 appraisals and sent out the supplemental notices. The preliminary numbers, not prorated, is approximately 61 million in assessed value. Thank you, Katrina Bartlome, assessor, clerk, recorder, register of voters.
Thank you for reading that, CEO Antle. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question about 4A?
I do. I have two questions. One is maybe directed at CEO. Does the board have any authority in which vendor is used? After this botched printing, I Googled and found that this vendor is a bit notorious for failures elsewhere. Personally, if there's 12 approved vendors, I would probably pick a different one. Do we have any authority? Because certainly the public will be looking at us to provide an answer.
If I may, through the chair, I'm going to ask county council to help me with the code section, but there is a code section where the register of voters is able to select the vendor and go outside a county process for that. But again, I will look to Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott for that particular code section.
I'm Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. I don't have the code section at hand, but I am familiar. There is a code section that allows the elections register of voters to contract and select a vendor in elections. However, it does not. I don't know. We have to do some analysis as to whether it takes that contract process out of the county contracting process. That's something we need to look into, but we can certainly advise the board on that.
So the legal analysis would be appreciated, but irrespective of whether we have the authority, I think the board ought to take a stance that before the next election, we reconsider vendors, because if we have another failure, I don't think the public will excuse it. There's too many strikes here. And then the second point, was the prior election correct? Did we send the right ballots to the right people in the prior election? And I'm putting people on the spot who really are not the authority, I understand, but I'm also frustrated that we just had an election, there's major failures, and the board has nobody to talk to.
Thank you.
What is going on?
Thank you for those questions, Supervisor Williams. And I think that at our next regularly scheduled meeting, hopefully Katrina Bartlome will be able to come to the meeting and provide answers for both of those questions. And if not even providing them via email before. But I understand that county council can help the elections department work through providing either a written response or a verbal response to the board for those two questions. So thank you for your questions. And seeing no additional questions or comments from the board, I would just ask if there's any members of the public in the room that have questions or comments on item 4A.
We talking election still?
We are on department head updates, which includes the Registrar of Voters department.
Okay. Well, nobody's talking about it. I mean, the vendor made a mistake and the vendor corrected a mistake. That's all well and good. The vendor should pay for all the extra, right?
Thank you for that. Yes, as was stated in the report, the office is keeping track of their hours, and we'll be discussing with the vendor reimbursement for the additional costs incurred to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Seeing no other members of the public coming forward and no hands, I do have a hand raised online. Jacob Patterson.
Hi, I just want to make a suggestion for the future. If you guys are not getting answers from people, there is something called a legislative subpoena that you can issue to force people to answer, just as an aside. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to item 4B, discussion and possible action regarding presentation of mid-year budget report on the status of county departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 23-24, and executive office recommendations. Please go ahead and start the item, CEO.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, good morning, board. We're here to present the mid-year report. So I'll start. The Board of Supervisors' goal of a living wage for all employees continues to be a primary goal, along with public safety and economic development. Many fiscal challenges have impacted 23-24. The year began using over $7 million in one-time funds to balance the budget. At this mid-year report, the state of California and the county continued to experience flat revenue while experiencing rising costs in labor, benefits, utilities, fuel, and material costs. Working with the county leadership and with feedback from the Board of Supervisors, a budget deficit plan was created. This plan contained 3 primary areas: revenue management, expense management, and leadership accountability. Attached is a full report as presented in February. This presentation will be to highlight some of that work and ongoing work that is needed. The Executive Office continues to be grateful to all those who have joined in the effort to make the county financially stable. Leadership accountability has begun with setting expectations of performance metrics and the creation of new performance evaluation tool for department heads. Also, Human Resources has begun a series of leadership class for county managers, which began in early 2024. This collaborative effort is projecting success for its intended purpose and highlights the need for the work to continue in order to have a high-functioning, customer-focused, and financially stable county government into the future. So with that, I'll go to the second slide, please. What we are asking today is to accept the 23-24 mid-year budget report as presented, accept Exhibit A, revenue adjustments, approve fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget net zero adjustments, attachment A, approve fiscal year 23-24 mid-year fixed asset request for those projects which have been funded as presented in attachment A, and then create a new budget units as recommended by Acting Auditor Controller Sarah Pierce, as noted on slide 12. Through this effort, Sarah and I will tag team this slide, is through revenue management, working with social services and public health, we were able to bring back $2.3 million through the cost plan. Net of other department revenue changes, increases, and decreases in multiple lines is $500,000. Use of realignment funding, as discussed prior, $2.6 million. And then through some updated work with the teeter plan, $2 million. So that budget deficit plan realization and revenue management is $7.4 million. We do have expense overruns in public safety, cannabis, and then there's some other departments that are projecting to come in over or under. So 1.8 million overall increase in costs projected versus revised budget. So 7.3 one-time funding was utilized for 23-24. Net of the budget deficit plan realization is 5.6 million. So at this time, 1.7 million of one-time fund is still being utilized to balance the budget. At this time, I would ask Acting Auditor Controller Sarah Pierce if she has any comments on that, and then pass to Tim Holman.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I really have no further comments except for that the cost plan increase is kind of just relooking out how social services and public health had been charged cost plan in the past and realizing some of that revenue that has not been realized in the past. Thank you.
I see that Supervisor Jardy and Supervisor Hashak have a question on this slide, and I just want to check in with the team. Are you prepared to answer questions in between slides? Okay, Supervisor Jardy.
So does this $2.6 million, or, yeah, $2.6 million deal with the funding for environmental health, which is within public health?
The realignment funding?
Yeah.
This is reutilizing realignment funding for social services. This is social services impact of reallocating some of their realignment that had previously, for expenses that had previously been covered by the general fund.
Okay, because there is, there are notes when maybe it's not this page, there's discussion of funding shifting within public health, and environmental health is within public health. So I have a question on environmental health funding, but maybe that's not right now then.
So,
CEO Antle, did you have a...
So if I may add, and Acting Controller Sarah Pierce can confirm, I believe public health is using all their realignment between public health and environmental health. We expect environmental health to do better this year as they have finally assessed their fees and did the fee hearing in April. So we expect them to utilize less of the realignment funds, but at this point, that's not been calculated.
So that, if this is the appropriate time to talk about this, I do have questions about this. So, excuse me if I didn't see it at the time of the fee hearing, because, there were quite a few attachments to that fee hearing document. But a policy decision was underlying the fees that were brought forward. So, and I don't know that the board was fully aware that realignment dollars that previously had gone to environmental health were coming away from environmental health, and that in fact was creating this domino effect, which was resulting in some environmental health fees going up 200%, or 100% from what they were previously. So I know that I've received, and I suspect everybody on this board's received, a lot of blowback from community members, small business people mostly, who have once or twice a year inspection by environmental health, and they're looking at what they see as very high hourly charges by the county, considering that the inspection might take 15 to 30 minutes on premises. I realize there's more work done behind scenes, travel, et cetera, but that's what they're seeing for what look like very high fees now from the county environmental health department. And I feel like that there was a policy decision made at the staff level to remove funding from environmental health, which then triggered these very high fees, which then triggered, people, reacting very negatively and really questioning the fees that they're now being charged by the county. And I feel like that discussion should have been done at the board level to say, hey, just checking in with you guys. Do you guys really want to remove all this subsidy? When I went back to the paperwork, I see that Humboldt Lake, Sonoma, Santa Cruz, they all use realignment dollars to subsidize environmental health. Now, if the executive office feels that that's inappropriate, okay, who was on our neck on that issue? Because if other counties are doing it, we were doing it for years using realignment dollars. It seems like that was an acceptable use of the realignment dollars. And I realize everybody wants realignment dollars. There's going to be competing programs within public health that want those realignment dollars. But I still feel like there should be a discussion by the board about prioritizing those realignment dollars. And I personally would prioritize putting back some of those realignment dollars with environmental health so that those fee increases can be rolled back a little bit.
CEO Antle?
If I may, through the chair, it has been the direction of this board and prior boards to do cost recovery. It was never defined out as to whether those funds were being covered by state or federal. If this board would like further explanation and more, the fee hearing is coming forward the last meeting in April, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so absolutely, we've said we want cost recovery. But the cost recovery is because there's no other way to pay for the service. And in this case, it sounds like there is. Again, what we're talking about is, are there other public health programs that staff feel are more important than the environmental health inspection of these businesses? And maybe staff is right in saying that. But I think that still the board should decide whether or not we want to have what we might feel is some balance between environmental, or say public health programs, which are completely paid by general taxes and state dollars and no local fees assessed, or whether we would choose to scale them back just a little bit in order to retain some subsidy of the environmental health department, so that the fee increases aren't so substantial on what largely are a lot of little tiny businesses in Mendocino County.
Thank you for those comments, and I'm sure that other board members can add to those comments or questions as we continue the presentation. I would like to make sure that we can get all the way through, but Supervisor Hashek, I did see that your pen was up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Certainly, I agree with what Supervisor Jurdy's saying, and that because I was going to bring back in April, some revisions to the fees, especially in environmental health as they pertain to small businesses. So I think that if we can look at it in a different way and maybe use some of those realignment dollars for that cost recovery, then that would be certainly a pathway I would support. But my question really is about the teeter plan and the $2 million savings. So I haven't seen any supporting documents for this. So would that be elimination of the teeter plan overall, or how do we get $2 million from the teeter plan?
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. So when we originally budgeted for 23-24, we budgeted the teeter as a $500,000 expense. Based on reviewing the teeter and how we are handling it, the interest and penalties that we receive through the teeter plan is about $1.5 million. So that's where I'm getting the $2 million. I have additional backup that I can provide at the April 9th board meeting as part of the closeout. This is not proposing removing the teeter plan. This is proposing adjustments to how the teeter plan is accounted for in our financial system. But it's a much larger conversation that I would have additional backup on April 9th.
Okay, I look forward to that conversation. Yeah.
It's part of the closeout process that I want to discuss in full.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisors McGordy and Williams, did you have questions about this slide before we move on?
I had a follow-up comment on Supervisor Jurdy. I just wanted to show support. It's actually why I voted against the item. I'm with him on let's bring it back for reconsideration. But as part of that, what should come back is staff needs to ask the board, which mandates do you want to not implement? Because you have fewer dollars than there are mandates. That's the reality. I think we have a really strong staff, which is good. I think the board needs to be just as strong and stand up to the plate and decide what we're going to axe due to funding. And if we don't, staff will do it for us. But at that point, we can't turn to staff and ask, why did you do this? It's because we told them, figure out how to balance the budget. So I would like to see it come back. I'd like to see it come back a little bit broader, showing us all of the financial realities, what we have to work with, what the mandates are, backed by statute, right? Annotate it. And then the board can go through item by item and decide what the priorities are.
Thank you for your comment, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, just to work on the same theme that Supervisor Jurdy brought up. So we actually have grant funding to start businesses, so can't see us killing them later with really high fees. So we really need to take a look at some kind of a program that ensures that we kind of help incubate these businesses, because that's what Mendocino County is all about. If you look at the bulk of employees, they're working for small companies probably in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, actually at our last meeting, I brought that up during the grants conversation, and so Kelly Hansen had said that she was going to look into supporting them through the fees. Okay, back to Tim Hallman, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Chair Mulherin, Assistant Counsel Scott, CEO Antle. Up on the next slide, we have the trend graph that we're bringing forward for the 5-year trend for revenues. There are a couple items that I'd like to go ahead and point out here. In the year 2021, we have removed the $22 million that came in from the PG&E settlement fund, just to make sure that the trend stays intact. Otherwise, we'd have a large spike there, and it would not be an appropriate trend. And also for 22-23 and 23-24, we have removed the amount of money that was received for Measure P and as well as what was budgeted in this year for Measure P, because again, those are new funds. At the moment, the direction is to go ahead and appropriate those out to the fire districts, and it just would not make the trend look appropriate. Now, in the future, we can go ahead and add those in when we have a 5 years worth of data. That way we can go ahead and improve that trend. But at that point, we would probably be looking at an inflated revenue again, because like with DOT, library, and let's see what else here. We got debt services as well. Those come off the top of this money. And over the last 5 years, that has ranged from 6.7 million to 7.9 million coming off the top, actually reducing the amount that is discretionary for the board. So I just wanted to go ahead and point that out so that you realize that even though it looks like we're getting close to 88, 89 million, there is a certain amount that does come off due to formulas related to the property tax, et cetera, that has to be taken out for those districts as well as the bonds.
Have a question on this slide?
Yeah, comment. It looks like it's flat, but if you adjust it for CPI, we're actually down. Our revenue has decreased.
Correct.
I think it's decreased to about mid-year 2019.
I'd have to back into it for it, but you're probably
In
not
the
far
future,
off.
it may, I appreciate the slide. In the future, it may be good for us to put our forecast together adjusted for CPI so that we're comparing apples to apples. This county has less money to work with, even though the chart shows flat in terms of buying power.
Right.
Thank you for those comments. We'll move on to the projected expense overruns.
On this slide, we have 4 department groups that are showing up that are over $100,000 over their budget coming into this fiscal year. For cannabis, they're projecting $612,000. This is related to a reduction in revenues, both from the LJHEP grant as well as from fees. But behind the scenes, they have reduced staff, and that, of course, is related to how these fees are going down between the engineering not being charged out, as well as other items that are within cannabis. And of course, cannabis has those details if we need to talk with them on that. Fleet management, we changed the billing model mid-year this year. We have changed to a weighted rate that is worked out with the Auditor Controller's Office to make sure that it is appropriate, and it is reducing the revenue that will be coming into that office for garage and fleet services. The sheriff and jail somewhat are combined. They are both looking at a 1,000 series or salaries and benefits increases that are related to the increases that have come up in the last year for the new MOUs. And so right now, that is where we're looking at them coming in over.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Judy, do you have a question on this slide?
Yeah, so I don't see the sheriff still in the room. I don't know if there is someone from the sheriff's office here. But I guess I'm kind of curious, what kind of strategy can the county have working with the sheriff's office to try to identify state and federal grants for public safety? You know, you sort of hear rumblings from other counties that they're accessing, and certainly from police departments that they're accessing state and federal grants all the time. And maybe we're accessing them and we're just not hearing about them at board meetings. But I guess since we're not hearing about them at board meetings, I'm left wondering if we're not fully accessing state and federal funds for public safety. So I would like to see some kind of strategy working with the sheriff's office to try to be sure that we're fully accessing state and federal public safety grants, because at the moment, I don't know if that's the case.
Thank you, CEO Antle.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the sheriff, but I have asked the grants unit to look into grants for public safety for the jail, as well as Deputy CEO Johnson and I have worked with Under Sheriff and his team to make note, and his fiscal team, that we're looking for grants. I did attend a leadership session with Sheriff where we spoke about grants. So I do know it's on his radar, and he is being as thrifty as he can be. I don't know. I see Eisen's stood up. Did you want to make a comment on this, Eisen? Chief Locatelli.
Yeah, good morning, Chief Locatelli. No, I don't think I want to make a comment, but I will make a comment because the sheriff had to step out of the room. I know that the county public safety, when you mentioned public safety, includes the district attorney, probation, not just the sheriff. And I know that we are using grants. For instance, we have a Teen Peer Court grant, Prop 47 grant. It provides a lot of services for the county. I've talked about this to the board a bunch of different times over the last few years, that it would be wise for the board to invest in a grant specialist for public safety. That hasn't happened yet. There is a grant person in the executive office, but you really need somebody with public safety knowledge, specifically public safety knowledge, to work in the grants office. If you're going to go after some of these grants, they are competitive a lot of times. Also, there's a supplementation clause. So it's not like you can just bring down a general fund cost to the sheriff's office by bringing in a grant. Oftentimes, they want you to bring in a new program with the grant that you get. And that's the problem that I've expressed in the probation department. The cotton ball theory, you can only stretch us so far. Bringing in new programs stretches the administration past its capacity, and then I'm not able to do my core mandates. So we have to choose specifically what it is that we're going to target, then attempt to bring in a grant to work on that issue to bring down the total cost that we have. So if we want to, bring down the amount of folks in the jail because it costs a lot, then we're going to need to specifically look at grants that target bringing down the recidivism in the county so we have less inmates in the jail. Those are some of the ideas that we've talked about. Because of the strategic plan, I just think there needs to be a little bit more time to roll these things out, and we can't be drowning in our day-to-day tasks if we're going to use this long-term thought process on bringing costs down. So we are doing it. You might not hear about it. There might be a way for us to better share with you what grants that we have and what are the things that we're working on.
Thank you. I encourage all public safety departments to use the CEO's report as an opportunity to share with the board and the public the work that they're doing, including grants and special programs that they're working on, so that there's a broader understanding. And as Chief Locatelli mentioned, that would be the DA's office, the sheriff's office, and probation are all welcome to submit items through the CEO's office into the report for the board. And of course, to come forward during our new item 4A. Mr. Hallman, if you'd like to continue with the presentation.
Moving on to slide 7, Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Board. Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. So the slide in front of you is recapping the projections from our most recent HDL sales tax consultant projections. And the full report from HDL is attachment C in the report. So the overall projection of the unincorporated portion of the county is down 6.9% when comparing third quarter of calendar year 2023 to third quarter of calendar year 2022. This is the most recent data we have. So the greatest decrease was seen in the fuel service stations due to lower prices than at the same time of quarter 3 of 22. And then garden and agricultural supplies also saw a decrease. There was minimal gains in other categories, including grocery stores, casual dining, building materials. But the largest gain was in the contractor category as demand increased when compared to the same time of 2022.
Is this based on sales tax?
Yes, this is sales tax data.
So groceries are not taxed. So when I see the grocery store with the increase, I imagine that's alcohol sales are up or something incidental and not groceries per se. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
So I believe, Sarah, you're going to be speaking on the realignment.
Yeah, sorry about that. So the next slide is in front of you. Actually, the next two slides in front of you relate to social services funding, including categories of funding that can be utilized. So social services is mainly funded in 3 ways: federal, state, and realignment. Realignment is derived from sales tax and vehicle license fees. The funding can and should be utilized to maximize the state and federal dollars that we receive. And please note, any decreases in realignment funding, both social services and public health and behavioral health, and same thing with the public safety, impacts the county's ability to receive maximum benefits from state and federal funds that they're used to match. And as CEO Antle noted prior, will be reviewed in the upcoming slide. The state is experiencing a projected deficit of about $73 billion. So we must closely monitor all revenues, including realignment, and ensure highest and best use. And then if you go to the next slide, this is a recap from a realignment training that shows the uses of 1991 realignment in 2011, and that there's only a handful of programs that either bucket can be used for.
Thank you.
Chair,
CEO
if I
Antle.
may, I just want to add a comment. I received a notice as the presentation began from social services, just wanting to have me state that the department's 1991 realignment was spent in full, closing 22-23. So you can see the buckets that 91 can be used for in this slide.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
So follow up to that. So in order to balance this current year's budget, we had to use $7 million in one-time funds, which we don't normally use, for ongoing expenses. Usually one-time funds are used for one-time expenses. But this year we had to use $7 million in one-time funds, like federal ARPA funds that we'll never get again, to balance this year's budget, its ongoing expenses. In addition, we had to withdraw $3 million of roughly $6 million from general fund that has historically gone to social services. And that was for this current fiscal year that just started. And then at first quarter, we removed about another $2.5 million in general fund subsidy mid-year, partly into the fiscal year from social services. So it's $5.5 or more million that they historically had in general fund to the social services department. And so I just want to emphasize the point that you just made. Last year, when they had the $6 million in general fund, they spent every penny, it sounds like, of the realignment dollars with the $6 million in general fund. Now they're going to live with a little bit less than $500,000 in general fund, maybe $250,000, $300,000, and so that's just, I mean, it's a major change. I know that we had to do it to balance the budget, but I'm just pointing out, like, okay, so is there going to be part of this discussion about what is the plan for social services to adjust to those changes in their budget?
CEO Antle?
So yes, Deputy CEO Dunnicliff and myself are working closely with the department to assess and get ready for their budget for 24-25, where they have to reduce these efforts. Some of them were put in place in the prior year, and they are maximizing their 2011 realignment, of which we do not have the ability and the flexibility to use those funds. So they are maximizing the best they can right now. And again, we will be working with them into the future for 24-25 on what programs may not be mandated, but they're using these funds for. So to Supervisor Williams' prior point, looking at the mandated services that will come back before you that may have to be cut because we're utilizing and maximizing the realignment funds.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a question or comment?
Both. There's more need here than there are dollars. I think these are policy decisions. I think the public expects us to contemplate which program to underfund, which program to not fund at all, rather than asking the department to balance the budget and surprise us with what gets cut and what gets funded. I think we have the obligation to the public to discuss that here. Since I've been around, we haven't been. And I look at the long term in this county and see that it's a decline in revenue. So Sonoma County, imagine being on their board. Every year there's increased revenue. You get to decide how to spend the additional revenue. You're going to make somebody happy. You're adding to programs. In our county, it's the inverse. Every year the board has the job of what more to cut. And if in real terms, we have declining revenue. And I think the forecast shows in the coming years it's not going to get better. This trend will continue. And so the board, from time to time talks about economic development. That's one way out. Try to get us out of the way so business can flourish and there's a larger tax base. But no matter what we do, we're likely in this predicament of declining revenue. We have a revenue crisis. When should it come back for the board to decide how to address the declining revenue, what programs to cut?
CEO Antle?
If I may, yes, we have 2 workshops coming up in April for the budget for 24-25. So we can definitely put this as one of those items during those discussions.
And I don't know the answer of what I would cut, but when it's come up in the past, you ask this board, do you want to underfund CalWorks by 25%? We don't know what that translates to. And so after the fact, we learn when people show up angry, we really put together what we cut. Maybe it wasn't the best decision. How does the board get educated in the reality of hardship? You cut any of these programs and it's a loss to our communities. But what's the least impactful? And I don't know if we can do that during a budget workshop. I think it'll take a little bit more effort to educate ourselves on what the true fallout will be of each cut. Any suggestions on how we get there?
I would encourage you individually if we could have individual meetings with the department, but I think as far as transparency and working and wanting the community involved, we would want to do it in an open session.
Supervisor McGorty, did you have a question on this slide?
Just a comment on how you do this, but I think consultation with the departments that are going to be hit with a cut is a really good idea in advance so that we understand what's going to happen. I don't know that we always do that. Sometimes we authorize changes and then we deal with the flack that follows. So I think that's important, and as we go through the budget workshops, I would hope that there'd be an opportunity for us to interact with some of the department heads that will be affected. That would be my suggestion.
Supervisor Hashek?
Well, I think this is a really good conversation because when we look at the big picture and we say, oh, we have to cut $5-6 million from social services, we don't understand how that really impacts the specific programs. And so we do need to be informed and really look at what those impacts are going to do on a real specific basis. Because, hey, we can say, hey, we need to cut $6 million, cut it. But when the rubber meets the road, we need to know exactly how that's going to impact people.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the next presenter is.
It's me. So if we can move on to the next slide. If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor Controller. So the state financial, the slide in front of you is just restating the most recent state budget, that it's projecting a $73 billion deficit. The budget downfall has created several key concerns that warrant close attention from local governments. And some of the items are $401 million in one-time funding in 23-24 for flood management response and activities, reduced correction spending to deactivation of several correctional facilities, and increased oversight and accountability for housing and homelessness programs.
If I may add, I was reading some legislation updates yesterday from CSAC, and they are following the budget deficit and development closely. And the governor is proposing cuts to CalWorks, family unit response, housing support for foster youth. Just 3 things that I thought this board should be aware of that are also looming out there that could impact the services in this county. And still, to me, right? Okay. So what we're recommending today is that, as mentioned prior, accept the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget report as presented, accept Exhibit A, revenue adjustment, accept fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget net zero adjustments, and approve fiscal year 23-24 mid-year fixed assets request for those projects that have been funded and presented in Attachment B. And now I will turn it over to Acting Auditor Controller Sarah Pierce to create the new funds, her request.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector. I'm going to just read this word for word so we can have it correct. Please note this is a revised slide from the original published. It has been uploaded as of yesterday. So create a new fund under the Special Revenue Fund range for the transfer of funding from General Fund 1100, Budget Units 4010, Public Health, 4013, Public Nursing, 47, Hospital and Medical Services, and 4080, CCS and CHDP, to align funding and organizational codes with special revenue accounts, and to keep funding from being swept into the general fund balance at the end of the year, to be effective July 1st, 2024. Source of funding is realignment, state and federal funds. So then create a new fund under the Special Revenue Fund range for the transfer of funding from General Fund 1100, Budget Unit 4073, Transitional Housing, to align funding and organizational codes with special revenue accounts, and to keep funding from being swept into the general fund balance at the end of the year, to be effective July 1st, 2024. Source of funding is rent, grants, state and federal funds. And then create a new fund under the Special Revenue Fund range for the transfer of funding from General Fund 1100, Budget Unit 5010, Social Services, to align funding and organizational codes with special revenue accounts, and to keep funding from being swept into the general fund balance at the end of the year, and to be effective July 1st, 2024. A source of funding is realignment, state and federal funds. And then lastly, create a new fund under the Special Revenue Fund range for the transfer of funding from General Fund 1100, Budget Unit 5130, CalWorks, to align funding and organizational codes with special revenue accounts, and to keep funding from being swept into the general fund balance at the end of the year, to be effective July 1st, 2024, and source of funding is realignment, state and federal funds.
Supervisor Hashak?
So if we do this, then the impact will be that the general fund, the carryover, will be a lot smaller than it has been in the past. And, we have 700,000 this year. That would probably be greatly reduced.
If I may, through the chair, this doesn't affect the carry forward balances. This is more of a structural change, since these budget units going forward will not rely on general fund. They should not be within the general fund range of our chart of accounts for accounting. When the carry forward is calculated, these have historically been removed from what I can see, because they are not true general fund revenue sources. They're state and federal funding specific to programs.
Okay, so it won't have an impact on the carry forward.
It should not have an impact on the carry forward. It's just aligning them into the correct accounts within our chart of accounts for financial reporting purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams, and then Supervisor McGorty.
We don't know if Prop 1 is passed, but it may have. Is the staff recommendation the same whether or not Prop 1 has passed and we see an impact in allocation from state?
I need to go back and fully understand what Prop 1 is. I'm sorry.
CEO, perhaps?
We can review Prop 1 as it moves forward through, but as of right now, I would say we stick with this.
So just for the record, Prop 1 mostly affects the Behavioral Health Department, and all of these items are related to public health and social services. So I appreciate that staff will follow up, but I don't see it affecting these particular recommendations. Supervisor McGorty, or Supervisor Williams?
Yeah,
did you have
one follow-up. We had budgeted for the EMS JPA, and I think at the time we did that, it was under social services. Maybe now it's under public health.
If I may, through the chair, that is in public health, and it's not one of the budget units we are proposing.
Yeah, what I was going to ask is, seeing that it's been a couple years since we've allocated the funds, nothing much has happened. I know recently the board allocated $250,000 for council to look at setting up the structure of the JPA. I don't think we have a financial analysis yet to tell us whether the idea has merit. It may be it was based on some faulty math, or maybe it's the best idea ever. If we don't use the funds for the JPA, could we sweep some of that in as well? What's the impact on social services and the positive that we may be able to free up some funds that currently are allocated?
If I may, through the chair, the funding that was obligated to that project is actually sitting in disaster recovery under the PG&E funds, so it would not have any impact on the social services budget unit.
So maybe it's for the CEO. If we don't use that money, everything shuffles around between departments. Where does it end up? And is that something we should be considering to close the gap?
It would be back in general fund for this board to consider.
Is it possible to ask for Jen Banks, Coastal Valley's EMS, and probably Jeff Adair to, at a future date, bring a presentation about the JPA progress and let the board decide whether we want to continue?
Sure, I had that conversation with Jen, maybe that was Friday last week, and we discussed that at a future meeting, so I can try and get it on one of the meetings in April, so it's around budget workshop.
Well, just for clarification, CEO, I'm not sure if April would be the best, if there's still questions that the legal and the accounting and the contractor have to work through. So maybe that's something we can just leave that an open-ended date.
Yeah, I would like to check on the status as to where they're at. And I know she mentioned a couple of things that they've done, and then we've also, to Supervisor Williams' point, hired on the legal firm to help us through that process. So I think an update before the board, just on the status, would be okay.
And further, the concern is spending $250,000 on legal expenses to then pull the plug because it's not financially feasible. We should first decide, is it financially feasible before we spend that money. That $250,000 could help us close the budget deficit.
Supervisor Jordy?
So when we discussed this presentation or similar presentation, I think it was last meeting, one of the issues on the PowerPoint that was called up was the retirement reserve utilization. And I'm seeing that as page 3 of 6 pages under the budget deficit turnaround plan. Are we voting on that turnaround plan as part of today's agenda item? Because, and if not, I'm just not seeing the amendments that we discussed at our last meeting that staff said they had captured in the discussion.
CEO, would you like to provide further comment on that?
I'm sorry, I was having an offline conversation with county council. It was something about the budget deficit plan, but that was presented, I believe I don't know if this actually got the update of the 3 or 4 PowerPoint items when we were presenting that were mentioned, if it made it into this edition of the report for publication, but I can confirm that.
The recommended action is to accept the mid-year budget report on the status of the county departmental spending and revenues for 23-24 and approve executive office recommendations, approve recommended budget adjustments and journal entries, adopt resolution amending the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget, and authorize chair to sign the same. If the board wishes to have the turnaround report updated to include the actions that were addressed at the last meeting, I'm not sure if you'd like that to have in writing, or you just want the motion to clearly state that that's also included.
Well, we already voted to direct staff to update it. Staff said they captured the updates to the plan, and I'm just noting, at least, maybe I'm opening up the wrong attachment, but what I'm opening up looks like the same document that we had at that meeting. It doesn't look like it's been revised.
Supervisor, if I may, through the chair, that's true. I think at time of publication, we didn't have that. We can get that uploaded this afternoon if that works for you.
Okay. And just finally, one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up, in particular, an issue that I think is of significant concern is one of the stress points on the county budget, in addition to, as Supervisor Williams has pointed out, sort of the stagnation of revenues in the county. But another pressure point on the county budget is the fact that since 2008, county contributions to the retirement plan have grown at a compounded annualized rate at over 9%. You know, that's far exceeds revenues, that far exceeds the cost of any county program. It is the single biggest cost increase within our budget. And I've been doing some research of better designed portfolios and using lower cost portfolios with just smarter fund selection. Just as recently as 2018, which is just 6 years ago, had this other portfolio, which is just a modification of what we have. It's using the same allocation to international stocks, which haven't done great. It's the same allocation to bonds, just different funds. we would have gone from, right now we have about 72% funded ratio, we would be at 90% funded ratio using the same ratios to international stocks, same ratio to bonds, but just better funds, cheaper funds. And so, again, I will have a presentation to the board, and my hope is not so much to have the board vote on it in the first meeting, but just to digest it, get public input. But the point is like, you know, we're making tremendous contributions to the pension plan, and we're not optimizing the portfolio of investment returns. And that is meaning that we're further delaying, maybe by decades, when the fund will be fully funded, which means that it will, for decades, be a major pressure point on the county budget.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Hashek.
Well, with that said, conclusion of the budget development plan, you know, I would make a motion to approve the recommended action, and that includes a few items that we've discussed, which would be bringing back the JPA issue for the EMS, the environmental health issue with utilizing realignment dollars, and then a social services presentation.
Second, subject to public comment.
Well, point of order. We've not had public comment yet. So if there are any members of the public in the room that wish to come forward and provide public comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward in the room, if there are any members of the public online that wish to comment, I do have two hands raised, one from Heidi Werthouse and one from Jacob Patterson. So we'll start with Heidi.
Hello, and thank you. I'd like to address on page from the budget deficit turnaround plan, the bottom half of page 2, property taxes. Enhance property tax management, conduct a thorough review of property tax assessment methods. I really urge you to do this. Currently, Class K dwellings are taxed at a suburban finish quality costing. In addition, one of the people I help with their compliance has an 1/8 of an acre garden with a fence. The beds are in ground, there are no hoops. This garden with a fence had a supplemental tax issued of $60,000 in value. We discussed it with them and they brought it down to $25,000, but $25,000 additional supplemental tax placed on this farmer is excessive. So the point being that assessment for rural areas need to be based more in rural reality and less on suburban or highly polished cost understandings. And so working that into the property tax assessment methods is vital and may free available investment funds for those land and business owners to spend in the county, increasing coffers. Secondarily, I noticed on the same page in the budget deficit turnaround plan, cannabis, initiate comprehensive tax audits for TOT, transit occupancy tax, and cannabis, to identify and recover potential revenue grants. I can tell you right now, the regulations need to be streamlined even further than they were. I know that MCA went in and worked with the MCD on streamlining regulations, but some streamlining suggestions that would lower costs were declined. I posit that further streamlining, removing regs that duplicate the state regs would save additional funds and additional efforts within the county department. In addition, there was a grant written in the past that bought a $250,000 worth of surveillance subscription. Maybe now that the grant is gone, we don't continue with that surveillance subscription. That's $250,000. $250,000, folks. That would cut this overrun for this year by 1/3 alone. That's a lot of money. If you're going to audit all the cannabis farmers, I would suggest that you audit other farmers as well, audit the ranchers, audit the lumber mills, audit other people. Just maybe stop going direct to cannabis and saying, we're going to put additional onuses on you. We're going to need to see all your books. We're going to need you to hire accountants. We're going to need you to hire CPAs to meet with us and go through your books to defend what you're doing. And if the audit doesn't result in the savings of the cost of the audit, where does that funding come from? I guess what I want to finish is saying that if we were to, instead of spending time auditing people, go after those grant funds and lower excessive regulations and costs inherent in running the department, you'd meet what you need to meet. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Heidi. I believe Supervisor Williams has a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to be careful that we don't mislead the public. This board has no authority over assessments, how assessments are done, the formulas. It's either state law or it's your elected assessor who has the authority. So happy to give you a stage here, but I don't want the public to think we're in charge of making decisions about the assessment process.
Supervisor Hashek, did you have a question for the caller?
Well, just a comment, is that the comment about the satellite imagery, and I would defer to the program, but my belief is that it's paid for by the LJGP grant, and so it's not a general fund. It's not contributing to that, the overrun.
Thank you for that. Maybe the department can provide clarification for that in the next departmental report to the General Government Committee. Jacob Patterson?
Hi, I don't have any problem with the motion as presented, but I did want to talk about a couple of peripheral things based on your comments and discussions. One, I think as we are facing more and more cuts over time, it might make sense to realign how we even prepare our budgets. When you have it organizationally and staff and departmentally driven, there's too many entrenched interests to get the big picture that you guys need to make. And it might be worthwhile having an independent outside helper for the board to develop the budgets rather than the actual staff who personally have an interest in how things are funded. Number two, the fee schedule, and I can't really complain about it because I didn't participate in those hearings, but normally I look at all the spreadsheets and see how things are calculated. And when you bring that back and discuss it, I actually think there's some legal issues with how those fees increased. They shouldn't be changing so much based on funding sources. Normally, charges are supposed to be based on the actual cost of the particular thing. So it's like however much the staff time is worth and how long those tasks take, not your whole budget. And then you just divide it up amongst the permittees. So I would have objected at those hearings had I participated, and I'll pay attention for the next round. But those are my main things. And then the third one about the retirement, unfunded liabilities causing issues over time. It's easy to identify that as a big problem, and it's a big problem for most governments. But I think a lot of the times when you're making the decisions that actually impact that, you forget that. Like there's other stuff on the agenda later that I will comment on that when you are just giving people raises at the high ends that are close to retirement, which we did with our former CEO, it doesn't benefit anyone other than creating a bigger unfunded liability because we bump up all of their pensions. And so please be cognizant of that impact when you're potentially approving things like that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional comments online and no one coming forward in the room, can we have a vote? Supervisor Williams, did you have additional? Okay. Can we vote by the button? Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call for a 15-minute break, and we will be back in session at 10:40.
¿Qué hemos hecho de nuevo? ¿Cómo va el trabajo? Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for
her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation.
March 12th meeting back to order. We will now move on to item 4C. Discussion on possible action including adoption of resolution summarily vacating a portion of an old county wagon road known as the Cotto Road or Westport to Jackson Valley Road. And County Council is presenting this morning. Mr. Schwash.
Good morning, Chair, Board, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Scott, Jared Schwass, Deputy County Counsel. Before you today, let me share my screen real quick. Before you today is a resolution to summarily vacate a portion of a road known as the Cotto Road, which runs in between Westport and Branscombe. This road is the subject of a current litigation, which is regarding whether the road is a public road or not. After researching and looking through the county records, there are no county records of this showing that this is a county road, except for an old county wagon road map dated in the 1800s. There's been no subsequent map. There's been no subsequent record of this road being a county road. There's been no records of public funds being expended to improve or maintain this road. There's no record of divestment of this road, and in fact, there's been no public funds been allocated for improvement or maintaining this road in recording history since the 1800s. And also, due to the lack of spending of improvements and maintenance, the current state of this road is it is impassable by vehicular travel for well over the 5 years required to summarily vacate a road. And as such, rather than fight to
bring this road into the county system, which would require the retention of multiple experts and costs associated with the improvement and maintaining the road, which the Department of Transportation does not currently have. We are seeking to vacate any potential claim that the county may have. Since there's a lack of records, we want to potentially vacate any potential claim that the county does have of this road. We have worked with the property owners who own the property that this road does run on to secure access to the properties in the case of emergency. There has been concern about wanting to use this road as a potential evacuation route for Westport. However, as noted in the included memo from the Department of Planning and Building Services, the use of this road as an evacuation route would include significant improvements and maintenance costs, which currently the Department of Transportation does not have funding for. So as such, we request that you adopt the resolution as revised yesterday, which was uploaded yesterday as well, to vacate the portion of the Katoa Road.
Move the recommended action.
Well, it's in the 4th district. I'll second it. We may have some public comment on this. I have spoken with some people in Westport. Big picture, they would love to have it as an evacuation route. I'm not sure if it's ever going to be improved to the point where it could function as an evacuation route. It sounds like it's not currently in that condition. But I'm glad that there was retention of the right for the fire department and others to open it up in the case of an evacuation. So can you just clarify a little bit more about what that protocol is because I didn't see it in the resolution. What specifically was done to enable the fire department or whoever to have a key to unlock the gate?
Yes, we have worked out a settlement with the property owners to have county staff and personnel have access to the properties. The exact procedures haven't been ironed out. We'll work out and make sure we have access to any keys necessary to have access to that route.
Okay. When I had spoken with county council, who's not here now, my comment was, I think, realistically, there's not going to be some county employee in the middle of an emergency driving up to Westport. It probably really needs to be mutually agreed upon that it's probably going to be the fire department because they're there in Westport. There's also a very tiny water district in the town of Westport. The fire department's kind of co-located at the same spot. So it just seems like as a practical matter that they're the ones, maybe the sheriff's office, that would have, a deputy that might get there. But otherwise, I don't really see realistically a county employee driving to Westport in the middle of maybe responding after a major earthquake or whatever would have prompted the road to fail. It is also important to note that Caltrans is putting in probably at least $50 million on top of what they've already put into maybe $20 or $30 million into trying to restore and preserve Highway 1 south of Westport. So, they are contending with nature there, but they're putting in a tremendous amount of money to try to retain Highway 1 south of Westport.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, I think during an emergency, neither the sheriff nor fire agencies are going to ask for permission. I think they'll use whatever road is appropriate to save lives. So it's kind of a secondary. It comes down to, is it maintained well enough that you would want to send a minivan down that road? Looking at the map, I probably wouldn't. I think people are going to get stuck partway down there. May not be the best evacuation plan. But Supervisor Jordy, would you like this recorded as your motion? I was a little bit overzealous. Want to flip the first and the second?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward for public comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised online, I'll call for a vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to, thank you for your presentation. Moving on to item 4D, discussion and possible action including adoption of Mendocino County's 2024 legislative platform. Do you need another minute to get logged in? Okay. Supervisor Hashek?
Well, I'll just say that, the General Government Committee looked at this. We took in a lot of comments, and I think those are reflected in the draft of the legislative platform. We also have some amendments that came in after the General Government Committee looked at this, and so those are also reflective of a couple positions on public safety and disaster prevention, recovery, resiliency, and mitigation. And then there was a couple more about insurance. And anyway, I'm not finding those in mine right now. But the deal is that I really appreciate the work that Kelly Hansen has done on this. I think that some of the things in the legislative platform, such as including the mission statement and some of the guiding principles that we have, are beneficial so that people understand what we're really trying to do. And using the strategic plan that we have incorporated and putting that into the mission statement is also helpful. So with that, I really appreciate the work being done on this, and Supervisor McGorty too. So turn it back over to staff, or Supervisor McGorty.
Supervisor McGorty, did you have something that you'd like to add before staff starts with their presentation?
No, I just have to echo everything that Supervisor Hasjak said. And, this is important for us to articulate what our hopes for, because we are in the end agents for the state and the feds in many respects. This is where policies hit the road, the rubber hits the road, and this is an important part of the process. So thank you, Kelly, for all you're doing.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Chair, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council, Kelly Hansen, Executive Office. So each year, Mendocino County departments and advisory bodies review and recommend state and federal legislation to improve and enhance county financing, operation, and efficiency in service delivery. The county's legislative platform includes overarching guiding principles, prioritizes state and federal issues intended for legislative action, and lays out ongoing general state and federal issues that the county will monitor for potential action should opportunities arise. The Board of Supervisors adopts these legislative positions as a platform that guides county advocacy to elected state and federal representatives and bodies. Since 2016, the development of the legislative platform has been referred to the Board of Supervisors General Government Standing Committee, and the committee requests through the Executive Office departmental assistance to identify the critical programs or funding streams the county should advocate to preserve, protect, or enhance, or other legislation priorities of importance to Mendocino County. This input was sought from departments in December 2023 and incorporated in the draft 2024 legislative platform presented to the General Government Standing Committee on January 24th, 2024. At that meeting, the General Government Standing Committee reviewed the draft platform along with public comment, suggested modifications, and referred the 2024 legislative platform to the Board of Supervisors, which you have before you today for review and adoption.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
So I think there's a bullet point on page 15 that I think allows for this issue to be addressed, but I just want to go to it and make sure everybody's agreeing. It says support legislation that maintains and strengthens tax increment financing tools for communities. Would that bullet point or some other bullet point in here allow the board in some future action to have a letter, for example, to say to the state that they need to fix the way the financing is set up for collecting tax assessments? So as I've been doing research on that issue, one of the issues that was raised by the Legislative Analyst's Office recently, last couple of years, was an observation that state law prohibits counties from charging schools or the state for the cost of doing the property tax assessment process. And in our case, that 63% of the property taxes collected in the county go to the schools in the county, which helps out the state general fund, by the way. And that was why the Legislative Analyst's Office was talking about this. And it specifically only allows the counties to charge cities and special districts, which only in our county receive 7% of all property taxes collected in Mendocino County. So it probably explains why assessments are an underfunded branch of county governments, which in many larger or suburban counties, it probably doesn't matter because most new housing in suburban California is done in subdivision. You know, almost nobody's going out and building a stick-built house. But that's how people build housing in Mendocino County. There are almost no subdivisions. And so in a Yolo County, for example, you're going to have huge subdivisions in Davis and Woodland and whatnot, and all those houses are going to go on the tax rolls. It's just, they're all done with building permits, for one. And but in a rural county like Mendocino County, where people are building here, there, everywhere in the hills, not every building is built with a building permit is in the system. And so the state was recognizing that in some reports. But I'm just curious, is this language referring to something else? Because it talks about the state financing tools, or is there some other bullet point that's broad enough that we could address the issue of that the state, at least some employees of the state, recognize that there is a financing problem with the financing of the assessment process, and the reason why they're trying to address it at the Legislative Analyst's Office in that report was because, again, when the counties improve their collection of property taxes at the county level, they know a majority of those dollars go to the schools, and that counts against the state's allocation to schools. As part of Prop 98 requires something like half of the state budget go through K through 14. But if property tax increment is down, then the state general fund dollars have to supplant the money to the schools. If property tax revenues are up, they take less general fund dollars out of the state budget. And so anyway, so just curious, is that issue addressed in one of these bullet points sufficiently?
If I may, through the chair, I also think that might be addressed in the guiding principles of this document under point 7, or support legislation that provides tax bond and other funding formulas for the equitable distribution of state and federal monies. If there are points that are not explicitly covered in the legislative platform, letters can be written and brought to the board for consideration, but they would have to be brought to the board prior to sending. The board would have to approve them, and then they could be sent. So there is a process by which letters can be brought outside of specific subjects addressed in the legislative platform.
Supervisor Jordy, did you wish to add anything additional?
It sounds like you feel like there's other broad language in here that would cover that. So great, thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I do think that in the guiding principles, number 7 does kind of speak to that, so thank you for bringing that up. And I'll move approval.
Second.
I have comments. And thank you very much for your work on this, and thank you to the General Government Committee for your work. It does seem as though we've reviewed the CSAC guiding documents, and I know that in our platform we're able to work with them when there's a letter to be brought forward. I think, for me, I appreciate the information added about childcare and also about the safety net programs that are provided in our community. One thing that is not included is an item regarding sex trafficking of children. And so CSAC has an item that they've specifically called out, and I just, I didn't send this to you in advance, Kelly, and I apologize for that, but I'm wondering if the board would support me working with staff to include additional information, and I can read it for you here. It's commercial sexual exploitation of children is a growing national and statewide issue. Counties believe this complex problem warrants immediate attention, including funding for prevention, intervention, and direct services through county child welfare services agencies. County support efforts to build capacity within local child welfare agencies to serve child victims of commercial sexual exploitation. County support close cooperation on CSEC issues with law enforcement, the judiciary, and community-based organizations to ensure the best outcomes for child victims.
Yes.
Okay. I also feel that our legislative platform could work closer with our tribal communities to make sure that we're supporting Indian welfare programs and also other tribal sovereignty policies that we really should be creating. I don't have those items prepared today. I think that will take some work in working with our tribes. I've had one meeting with them already, but I'd like to continue that conversation and bring it forward at a future date. So I do have a motion and a second on the floor, I believe, and I'd like to open this up to public comment.
I have one comment.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
Sure. So Supervisor Hashtag and I also addressed the issue of direct consumer sales of small cannabis producers, and I think that that's something that if we're going to have the cannabis industry in the configuration that we do of mostly small growers, that bringing them closer to directly to consumers makes some sense. And we support efforts that would do that so that they would be treated pretty much the same as wine producers or people who produce produce for farmers markets, that there could be a possibility of on-site sales. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to open the legislative platform up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward? Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised online, can we have a vote by the button?
Just to be
Supervisor
clear.
Hashak?
Yeah, so the motion includes the inclusion of the sex trafficking verbiage?
Was my understanding.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We will move on to item 4E, discussion of possible action including direction to executive office staff to return with a plan to make most business licenses optional and clarify that a residence without customers or employees is exempt from review by planning and building required by Mendocino County Code Section 6.04.080A. Supervisor Williams, did you want to introduce this item?
I would. So I introduced this on January 7th of 2020. And at the time, the board couldn't find support for the concept. And at one point, I asked the current board, would you like me to bring this back? And I saw there was a majority that said yes. And then a few weeks ago, something happened. This gentleman called me, I think it was 8:03 in the morning. He's in our office trying to get a business license. He wants to be legitimate. He's a contractor. And he's being asked for about $500. And to includes inspecting his house. And he says, but I don't do business at my house, no customers. I do it on the job site. And I talked to the director, and she kind of straightened it out. I was told, don't use so much of the director's time. which is true. And then I got a call from him about 8:06 in the morning a couple days later, and he tells me now he's being charged $132 to not inspect his house. And it just ignited this response I have to unnecessary regulation. We're not making anybody safer in this county with business licenses. Neighboring counties don't do it. Why are we doing it? Lake County, I think if you're doing piercings or Christmas trees, there's a very small list. You need a business license. But for most things, they presume people are operating legally. I have more of a problem with people not working than people who are trying to work. We should be promoting small business. And this is just getting in the way. So so my proposal is to get rid of the business licenses. The second part of it is if you can't support me on that, at least exempt personal houses from planning check. There's no reason to be reviewing somebody's house when they have a business without customers, without employees, no real business being done on site. And I understand today the policy per code is we need an address, and if they don't have one, we use their house. And this is anti-business. So I'm hoping you'll support me on passing this as stated. Stop with the business licenses. The direction would be for staff to bring it back so that there's some leeway. If planning finds there's certain types of businesses where it makes sense and it's providing public protection, certain type of restaurant or bar, I don't know what it might be, that can come back as part of the plan. I'm not against carving out where it makes sense, but the proposal would be to the greatest extent reasonable, return with a plan to not require business licenses.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I think part of that too is that, it's costing us more to do the business license than we're actually getting from it. And so I would like to hear from staff about what they see as the purpose or need to have a business license.
Looks like Director of Planning and Building, Julia Krog, is coming forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services. So what the business license process, it requires both right now a review by Planning Division and the Building Division. Planning Division is reviewing for zoning compliance to see whether or not the use type being sought is permissible within the zoning district where the property is located. From the Building Division perspective, they're reviewing whether or not the structure within which the business is to be located has the proper occupancy, requires any sort of upgrades in order to accommodate that type of business. So that's more from a health and safety perspective. So that's why the check is being done right now. It's to also try to prevent issues where a business may move into a community where it's not authorized to operate, creating some community concerns or nuisance within that neighborhood, and then having to address it through a code enforcement case. So I think if the board chose to make business licenses optional, it may increase the instances where you may have a business operating in a location that may not be permissible within that particular zoning district. It might put some additional burden on code enforcement, but that is certainly a decision to be made by this board. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. I have Supervisor Williams, McGordy, and then Jurdy.
Sonoma, Napa, and Lake don't do what we're doing. So we have working examples to build from. If the policy of not requiring a business license works in Sonoma County, Napa County, Lake County, I think it can probably work for us. I suspect this is from a time when the Board of Supervisors was not pro-business, and we put more checks in place to make sure businesses didn't open. Now we're seeing the effects of that we have declining revenue. This is removing this requirement. Yeah, there may be a few complaints we get about people opening businesses in the wrong place. We can deal with those one-on-one. Whereas if our policy stops people from being legitimate, we're creating an outlaw society and we're hindering our long-term revenue.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, I'm just kind of concerned about land use issues of having things that are inappropriate for a neighborhood. So if we're in an agricultural area and someone suddenly, which is very pastoral and very quiet, and somebody starts a business that requires a lot of cars going up and down the road, and I don't care if it's a winery with a really active facilities, doing weddings and things, or whether it's a car repair business that people have to drop cars off every day. That's what I'm kind of worried about, is that we start changing really some of the lifestyle impacts when we live in a certain area.
Well, I hear that and I agree, but this wouldn't be changing what's allowed in zoning. Today, this is a ministerial process. If you apply, you're going to get your business license. We're just going to charge you a lot of money in the process. The proposal doesn't allow a business to operate where today it can't. So you don't have to worry about somebody setting up an auto shop next door to your house, unless they're currently zoned for that to be allowed, in which case they can get a business license. This is just to remove a step in the process that doesn't seem to yield any public benefit. I don't see public protection coming out of it, and the Supervisor Hascheck pointed out, we spend more money administering the business license than we receive from the applicants.
Yeah.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, so I was going to try to get some clarification and make sure that the planning department is understanding what Supervisor Williams is proposing. So it sounds to me what you're proposing is they just bypass the step of applying for a permit or a business license. It's not changing what's allowed in any one zoning. So in the auto repair example, if it's not allowed in that zoning, they're bypassing getting a county business license doesn't in some way permit it. So you say you have examples in Sonoma Lake and Humboldt. Have you given that to planning staff, or can you do that?
Yeah, and I just a fact check to make sure I wasn't wrong. I asked our economic analyst, Anna Mackin, and she confirmed, actually the last paragraph here was from her notes about Sonoma, Napa, and Lake not requiring. She's welcome to speak if she's in the Zoom or here. She's trying. It's a Zoom thing.
I have a question, I guess, for Supervisor Williams or for staff. I'm imagining that there's quite a few county codes or other documents that incorporate this. And so would the intent of the item be for staff to review and remove any indications in the code that business licenses are required except for specific locations?
Well, that, or there may be some carve outs, like the director and I talked about the town of Mendocino and how the short-term rentals work. Maybe you'll notice in my item the word most business licenses. That was so staff could have some discretion where it makes sense to still require a business license. Maybe that's better than trying to fix the code everywhere else. The goal is to keep this as a low-cost action.
Thank you. Assistant County Counsel Scott.
Yes, Chair Mulhern, I just wanted to add that our office, as part of that plan, can work with the department in assessing the impacts in the code. There are quite a few. We've already started going through the code. There's over 20 references to the business license or the actual 6.04 chapter reference that are within the zoning code. And so those are the sections that we have to analyze more carefully, the unintended consequences. And we'll work with Julia and with staff on that.
Thank you.
So
Supervisor Jordy?
I do have a follow-up question. So just to get clarification. So I've heard Supervisor Williams say this would not require a business license if the customer was not going to the property. So, but then you made some reference to vacation rentals. Clearly, in the case of vacation rental, the public is going to the property. So I would still think that with the case of vacation rental, they'd still get a business license.
I would agree. The intent here is, imagine somebody's a watercolor artist or they're a journalist and they're working wherever their laptop is or wherever their paintbrush is. We don't need to go inspecting their house. We don't need to put them through getting a business license. We can presume they're operating legally. That's different than a business that has customers where we care about, is it ADA compliant and are they following health standards? And I think it's different when they have employees. We have to look out for those employees. When it's a sole proprietor and there's no customers and there's no employees, I don't think we need to do a planning check on a residential structure.
If I may just comment on that through the chair. Just so the board is aware, there is already an exemption for home-based businesses within the business license chapter, but the cap on the amount of annual income you can have to be exempt from needing a business license is $2,500. So it's a really low dollar amount. So I know in July of 2020, the department had come forward with some recommendations for business license streamlining options. At that time, the board had just adopted that we move forward with the recommendations 1 and 2 of that memo, which was providing additional resources and looking at revamping the application form. But I believe also related to that was looking at increasing the dollar amount for home-based businesses for an exemption.
Well, would an easier way be just to increase that amount? It seems like if we did that, that would, you know, eliminate a lot of it.
It may be easier. You might be right. My thought was align with the other counties. As I see Mendocino going its own way, coming up with policies other counties don't have, I can't help but think there's unanticipated consequences. We're not the shining example in the state of efficiency. And maybe we should start aligning, whether it's the retirement plan or, you know, just about anything else, we should start aligning with best practices seen elsewhere. We see Sonoma, Lake, and Napa going a certain direction. I think we ought to follow it. If staff comes back and says this will cost $100,000 to change all the code, I'm with you. Just change the dollar amount. But, you know, if we're talking about a couple $1,000s, to not lose thousands of dollars every year processing business licenses, mailing out the forms, printing the forms, maintaining the printers, the RFP for the vendor that makes the printer, right? You put it all together, what it entails. It's sizable what we're doing today for no public benefit.
If I could ask
Yes.
a question of Julia Krug, is that if you were to put a dollar amount that you thought would be reasonable that would eliminate some of this bureaucracy, what do you think it would be?
Gosh, well, in 2020, I think we had suggested increasing it to something like 25,000. But I actually would want to take a little time to probably speak with some of maybe even our economic development coordinator as well to see what is reasonable right now for some of these businesses that are operating out of home. Perhaps it goes all the way up to like $100,000 if you have no customers coming to the site. So I think at that time it was a different board, it was different discussion at that time, and so circumstances may have changed.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so I don't understand the dollar amount. So say we set it at 100,000, and there's an attorney working out of their own home. No customers come, they have no employees. They make 101,000. They're now an outlaw because they didn't get a county business license. They don't know that up front how they're going to do for the year. What is the rational basis for that extra dollar triggering the business license requirement?
Well, I will say, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director, I will say I'm not aware of how the original dollar amount was first come to. Again, that was probably a policy decision made back when the business license chapter was first adopted. Personally, we see a lot of businesses come through as home occupations, which is similar to a home-based business. However, you are allowed to have a certain number of employees associated with it. So I don't know that you would need to maintain a dollar amount if you want to just say this type of business is exempt. There's numerous other types of businesses that are exempt as well underneath the business license chapter. So maybe you remove the cap altogether and have folks just comply. But what I don't have under my knowledge base, if there's anything underneath the tax collector's purview that may impact why a certain dollar amount needed to be.
So I guess
Thank
last,
you.
all of this could come back as part of a plan. I think approval today wouldn't be to take the action to remove the business license. It would be direct staff to come back with a proposal.
Thank you. CEO Antle.
If I may, through the chair, I know Acting Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Sarah Pierce is in the room. We had, as directed in December, I believe, been looking at the annual business license, the $40 ones to remove. I'm assuming you want this included in this evaluation as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy.
Just to say, we sort of have precedence in a way because we have agricultural enterprises that, you know, can be small, they can be large, but we don't technically have a license to do business. And we have other licenses that we have to do to apply pesticides, and you know that so it's not like this concept can't work, you know. And I just wanted to throw that in there.
You don't have a business license?
No, I don't. No, I don't need one.
So
okay.
we have.
Thank you for the.
I do have one license. We do have a vacation rental that presently isn't being operated, but Agriculture doesn't need a business license per se.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I would look towards Assistant County Counsel and the Director. Do you have enough information at this point to bring an item forward?
Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. So my main comment is going to be, obviously, this is an additional direction beyond the priorities and directives that we just discussed for planning and building services in January. So I'd be remiss to not at least note that this will be an additional task on top of planning and building services. And right now, the cost for any preparation work for a memorandum, coming back with options, that is going to be a general fund expense. So I just would like the board to take into consideration where this fits in with our overall priorities and directives.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Chair, can we ask Anna Mackin to explain her findings?
Ms. Mackin, if you could please come forward.
Charlotte Scott, Anna Mackin, Economic Development Department. In comparing to other counties, we saw that Sonoma, Napa, Lake don't require business license areas. This, of course, if you're still operating, you still need an EIN, you still need a license with what was the BOE. I always get the acronym wrong now. And, again, you have to register with the EDD if you have employees. It kind of doesn't exempt a business from operating within the structure of what is legal and appropriate. Of course, when we go into rewriting code, we're dealing with a larger, project that's outside of an economic sphere. But in terms of, how we adopt that, Humboldt has a practice where it's commercial spaces that require business licenses. They're in unincorporated areas. And again, we could do further research into what the code and practices are. Bring that back.
Do any of the counties that you've researched have a voluntary business license?
Not that I know of.
Interesting. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'm just thinking that since it will take a lot of staff time to evaluate this, this is adding another big task, or task that's going to require some time and everything. It just seems like the easy way would be to increase that threshold of dollars and just write it in, and that's an easy fix.
Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, in response to Supervisor Haschek, what if we were, instead of adjusting the dollar amount, what if we adjusted the types of businesses that are exempt? So I think Lake County requires business licenses for 6 types of businesses. What if we just plagiarize them? They put thought into it. It seems to be working. And that gets most of our small business out of needing a license. And, if you happen to be doing piercings or growing Christmas trees, I guess you still need one.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that that's going to require a lot of work, too.
Is that a lot of work to just copy and paste the exemptions? Right now we exempt ag. Couldn't we exempt ag and ...
Let's ask Ms. Krog.
What's the cost per word?
Wow, okay, that's a lot of math. Well, and actually, I would look to Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott, because her office would likely be crafting any level of ordinance changes related to the business license chapter, and planning and building would more so be providing support, I think. So I'm not sure if she has any thoughts on the matter.
Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. It does take part of why there was some direction in December related to the business license renewal, and we have started that process. But in starting that process, we saw many places in the code where we refer to the business license. So whatever direction you choose to go in, I think we're at the stage where we need to assess. It's hard to give you a date and a number because it's an evolving process. As you look at how taking it out of the zoning code impacts certain processes, we want to present the plan with, maybe there'll be options, like if you remove this part of the zoning code and keep in these other sections, then some that may have already been mentioned today by Supervisor Williams that have bigger impacts, that may be what we have to analyze, and we won't know until we get deeper into it. But our office is involved and will be assisting.
And if I may just provide one additional comment to the board as well. I know that it was asked about whether or not business licenses are optional, and so I just want to make sure also that the comment is expressed that we have sometimes heard from business operators that they need their business license to either open like a commercial bank account rather than a personal bank account, things like that. So there may still want to be a pathway where somebody can get a level of documentation from the county that they are operating a business, and so that way they can secure appropriate funding.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Alternate idea, what if we had a site where you can print your own business license? Is there a way to reduce the burden where we're not asking planning to do checks? I mean, we're talking about the cost here of the $40, but I think we put a burden on the planning department every time somebody takes out a business license and it triggers a plan check, that we're bogging down the processing of other permits.
Director Krog?
I think certainly, I mean, we can take direction from the board. I guess having it be an automated system is very challenging, as we have very nuanced businesses in our county, which often takes the classification of what that use is to determine if it's allowed in the zoning. I would say an idea of having a business license portal where you could print something out, I think would only really work in the instance where you're not having planning and building conduct a review. Otherwise, I don't foresee how you could generate a system that could weed that out to get you into the appropriate use categories and spit out an approval. It'd be many layers deep.
Supervisor Hashek.
Well, what if we did this as a two-prong approach? One is to increase the dollar amount to get some immediate action going. And then the other is to see what the implications would be and do this analysis. And maybe it turns out to be too much, but at the same time, we have something that's moving us forward.
Would you entertain $1 million as the annual dollar?
Well,
that would have the same effect as what I was trying for. I don't think we have many businesses generating over that in their homes.
I'm sorry, is that a question for me?
No, that was a question for Supervisor Hashek, but I see Assistant County Counsel had her hand raised.
Supervisor, through the chair, Supervisor Hashek, I just wanted to point out that any amendment to the code or to the chapter 6.04, which is what this would require, even a simple amendment, that does take time. There's noticing requirements. I think it's something we could assess in bringing back the plan. We intend to come back to the board with the plan. I'm sure I'm working with staff. Perhaps that's one of the options, but I think in terms of efficiencies, and I think we have enough information to go from this discussion and bring back a plan.
Okay.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yeah, I was going to ask if Supervisor Williams is saying that in Lake County, did they either list the exemptions or they listed the you said 6 businesses. Are there 6 business types that do require it, or are there 6 businesses that are exempt?
There's 6 that do. They listed, and everyone else they presume to be operating legally, not needing a business license.
Okay. So I think if there's a template like that from 1 or 2 counties, I think that'd be great to just have that go to county council and planning and building department and let them sort out, some version of a hybrid of 1 or 2 counties.
Yep. I can do that.
Thank you. It sounds like staff has enough direction to bring back a plan for the board to consider to reduce the burden of business licenses on our community members for economic development improvements. And so Supervisor Williams, are you looking to add anything else at this point?
I'm not. Can I move the recommended action?
Okay.
Second.
Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward and comment on this item? Director Krog.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't get enough. So my only comment is going to be related to this direction. I hear the movement of the recommended action. Is there a limit on how much staff time you would like to be dedicated to crafting a plan? Just trying to be fiscally responsible here. That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you. CEO Antle.
Again, to help clarify, are you putting an expected timeline on when you wanted this back?
Supervisor Williams, you made the motion. Did you have an expected timeline?
What would be reasonable? 60 days, 90 days? 3 years?
I don't think that anybody in the agency considers 3 years reasonable. CEO Antle?
No, I just know we are going into budget, and a lot of stuff starts happening fiscally, and we start working with the departments very closely. I would look to the director and the assistant county counsel, possibly June, July. I just want to make sure expectations are set. So
I'm seeing head nods from.
If I may, my suggestion would be July, just
Okay.
given that June is going to be budget hearings.
July sounds great. And is it possible to put in a little bit of time and come back and let us know how it's going? And you know, if you find that it'll take.
And what is a little bit of time?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, staff work. How much time did the CEO's budget plan take? I mean, just, you know, I still look at behind the scenes. There's a lot of staff time being spent on staff direction, and the board is in this predicament that if we ask for anything, it's too much. We don't have the resources. And, you know, you start wondering, well, who's running this place? Right?
Well, and to be clear, I just want to know sort of what the guardrails are about how deeply we should jump into this direction in a plan versus coming back and saying, here's how far we got, and these are our suggestions with the time allotted.
It's the right question to ask. What would half a day look like?
I think, 4 hours of work time, something along those lines, that probably covers, at least for planning and building services, our time. I am not sure, because council's going to have the much deeper time review on that. I don't know that 4 hours would be sufficient for them.
How much time do you need?
Are we talking about the time for the work to be completed within?
The time to evaluate the shortest path to have the effect the board is looking at, the fewest code changes, no public hearings.
Just bringing the plan back.
Just bringing a plan back for what you think might be a reasonable approach.
So for a date for bringing the plan back?
Duration. How much of the county council time?
It's really hard to estimate because we have to look at it's taking a closer look at the zoning code.
They're asking me to estimate it. If you can't estimate, I can't estimate.
I think it would take at least 10 to 20 hours of staff time.
My suggestion was going to be maybe we do a not to exceed, 28 hours to be generous of staff time between county council and planning and building.
I guess, for the board, maybe we should look at this relative to what it costs us to run the current program. We're losing on each one of these. What are we going to lose in the next 2 years by not doing it? To evaluate, is it worth the investment?
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, I'm going back to this dollar threshold, and I just can't believe it would take much time to increase the 2,500 up to $1 million or $500,000 and be done with it.
Yep.
And so I'm willing to go in that direction, just give direction to say, let's move it up to, we can go $1 million.
Okay. How much staff time does that take?
Right.
Is that just opening the document, changing the dollar amount, and we're done? Bring it back for final board approval?
Yeah, it'd have to be an ordinance change, but that...
Is that the 4 hours of planning and 20 hours of council, or is it less?
Welcome, non-member of the public, Burks. Please state your title for the record and share your thoughts that you have.
Hi, John Burks, your
compelling you to
assistant
the podium.
Planning and Building Services Director. Chair, if I may add something to the conversation.
Please do.
Some perspective that might be helpful as it pertains to a recent item that we discussed, the Hazardous Vegetation Abatement Ordinance. And so I think it's hard sometimes to conceptualize how much of these things cost. And so I think that that's a perspective that I have. So when we started 4 years ago on that, a typical meeting with county council, CEO, high-level planning and building services, folks, before you know it, you're at $1,000 an hour to hold these meaningful meetings. And then to reach out to stakeholders, that's another meeting, usually with high-level people. And then there's the writing portion of it, which, or research alone, could be 20 hours, the writing, to craft something, to have it fact-checked, to make sure that it's viable, you could get into 50 or more hours. So before you know it, spent $20,000-$30,000 on something that we can't implement yet. So I just want to at least bring a little bit of real world analysis that we experience that makes it tough, because we want to put forward the best product, make sure that it's actually going to work if we try to implement it, but there are some costs behind the scenes associated with, you know, putting that time together. So I think that was an example that I could detail a study out, you know, to really show when it comes to bringing these forward, how expensive it can be to do it the right way. Now, there are cost-cutting measures with that, but it's been my experience that inevitably you get what you pay for. So by trying to take shortcuts, it ends up costing more.
But what you're looking at is redoing that ordinance. But if it were just to increase the dollar amount, it wouldn't even, take all that.
Yeah, I was more thinking if we were to take a run at creating a proposal with options and you know, taking a look at the code and that study and research as sort of a phase one, there's going to be a cost associated with that. And then the implementation on the back end of that will also have an additional cost. So I don't know, maybe something to consider is before moving forward, either set a cap or ask for the fiscal analysis to be done first of what it would take to do these so you can make an information.
Sure.
Supervisor
Yeah, so what we're talking about is simply not requiring a business license. And I don't think the public can grasp, and John, I believe you, and I know your numbers are right, but organizationally, this highlights a problem we have, that we have to change the organization. What we have today, this county is not sustainable. I was recently a non-viable candidate. Non-viable is what I think of when I think of Mendocino County government. This is the path we're on will not sustain. And our county, outside of government, is in a decline. We have a really bad economy with increasing poverty. We have to change. And, you know, I brought what I thought was the simplest baby step of make it easier for business. And we're hearing we don't have the resources or the money to do it. I want everybody to think about, if we don't take any action, if we keep status quo, where will we be in a couple of years? Not in a good place.
Supervisor Jordy.
So we have a proposal from Supervisor Williams, which to me seems really simple, and I don't understand why it would take so many hours of staff time. But if we flip it around and just change the exemption, can someone just clarify, is the current exemption only for businesses that don't have the public going to the property?
And yes, and no employees.
And no employees. Okay, so it accomplishes what Supervisor Williams was talking about. It's just that there is probably a 1970s era income cap on it that hasn't been probably changed in decades, and so we're just talking about. It does seem like remarkably simple just to raise that cap to current standards or current aspirations of what people hope to make in their business.
Supervisor Hashek.
Well, I was the second to this motion, so I would go back to the maker of the motion. What if we just increased it to 500,000 and give that direction to staff to come back with that change to the ordinance?
John, would you be willing to raise that to $1 million?
I'll raise it to $1 million.
All right, we have a deal.
I don't know about
the maker agrees.
High stakes poker.
This poker game. I'd like to hear from Assistant County Counsel Scott.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was going to clarify, my earlier estimate was looking at assessing the impact on the entire code. I apologize if there was misunderstanding on the estimate. The code amendment to simply increase the cap, that will only take a few hours at the most for us to prepare and then put on the agenda, have it noticed, then it doesn't require a notice public hearing, but have it on the agenda at the next meeting, then on consent, and then adopted. And that process takes a little bit of time, because we have to reserve time on a meeting coming up, and then it wouldn't go into effect until 30 days after it passes. But that is a simple change that we can assist with.
Supervisor Hashek.
Well, I would look to Supervisor Williams to adopt that as a motion.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'll second that.
Can we have a clear restatement of the motion, please?
Direct staff to return with an ordinance amendment raising the $2,500 exemption to $1 million exemption for businesses operating without employees or customers on site.
And the second agrees?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy, did you have another question or comment?
Well, the whole conversation's kind of intriguing. At some point, it'd really be good for us to have our own kind of internal fee schedule so that when we know when we're going to do things, what the cost is going to be. So I'm hearing that it's $30,000 to come up with an ordinance. We should know that stuff as part of our planning process so that it can work into the budget. So it should be somewheres we should know that if we're going to do legislation.
We do know that. I mean, that's something that the CEO and the departments have brought forward in the past. Apparently, we just need more reminders. So thank you all for the reminders today. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item as it currently stands before I close? Seeing no one come forward and seeing no hands raised online, a vote by the button, please.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Again, items 4F and 4G have been withdrawn. And look towards the clerk and the CEO. Would you like to call for the lunch recess now and come back at 12:30? Or technically 12:40, I suppose. Like to call for...
Yes, please.
Okay. So we'll have our lunch recess and we'll be back in chambers at 12:40. Thank you.
Supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera. Ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too. And Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah. She knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, MendoReady.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit MendoReady.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents.
2024 Board of Supervisors meeting back to order, and we are on item 4H. Discussion and possible action regarding strategies to bring all county wages and in-home supportive services to a minimum of $20 per hour, continued from February 27th, 2024. Supervisor Williams, would you like to start this item?
I would. I'd like to share my screen. So what got me started on this, and this is not a discussion about negotiations that happens in closed session, but it's a discussion about fully implementing the strategic plan. And strategic plan
I had a hard time finding it on the website, but I want to thank Supervisor McGordy and HasCheck for their effort on it, because several times I've referred back when I've thought about agenda items, what's in our plan. And under wages, we talk about doing salary surveys, being competitive, adjusting the wages as appropriate. And next I looked at what would 20 be today, because the state is moving fast food to $20 per hour. 20 today, adjusted for inflation back to the pandemic, is about $17.71 per hour. So an increase to 20 isn't, all it's doing is keeping up with inflation. And then I looked at the poverty rate in Mendocino County, about 15.8% as of 2021. I think this data is lagging, and that it's probably more pronounced now due to the high inflation and everything we went through with the shutdown. And then last, I look at the MIT living wage calculator. MIT does research on living wage, and it's broken down for every county across the nation. And I zoomed in on this. One adult without children, living wage is $23 per hour in our county. And I know this board and past boards have wanted to move up the lowest paid employees to a living wage. That's been a commitment, and there's no doubt in my mind that that's where we all stand. We want it to happen. But I also recognize if we don't put a stake in the ground and make a decision that it is going to happen, it won't naturally happen, because whatever money does come in will be spent. Every dollar that comes into this county gets spent. And I'm thankful that some of the agenda items were pulled today to give raises to the top, because I think the optics on that, we're sending mixed messages. The county is broke, we can't afford raises, but then we can give raises to some people, and it tends to be the ones that deserve adjustments to market, but probably aren't worried about whether they can buy food. We have employees that are at the very bottom worried about how they can afford groceries with the increase in costs. So to bifurcate the item, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. To bifurcate the item, I think we have two categories of employees. One are our direct employees. We don't have a lot down at the very bottom of pay. Moving them to 20 is probably something we could afford. If the board were to show some leadership and set a date, staff would build it into the future budget. There's a trade-off. We're going to give something up. Maybe it's raises elsewhere. Maybe it's filling positions. But it would align with my values, and I think your values, to say we pay as well as McDonald's. Soon that won't be the case. Soon it'll be harder to get a job here, and we will pay worse than fast food. And we didn't maybe anticipate that a couple years ago, but that's where we're at today. I think we need to correct it. Employees that are paid so little need public assistance, so we actually become part of the problem, and part of the poverty problem in this county. And I think part of our strategic plan and our mission is to alleviate poverty. On the in-home supportive services side, I have a hard time not being able to respond in public expression. It is the wrong place to have the discussion, and that's why I asked for an agenda item. Supervisor Jurdy is usually the first to point out this is a state program, and we don't have a funding source to augment it. And I imagine as we raise the hourly rate, we may have more people wanting to participate as care providers, which we're not going to make it up on volume. We're going to have an even larger hole in our budget because we have more people at a higher rate. But I don't think it's enough for us to stand idle, because we also have an aging community. The median age in this county is increasing every year. We have more and more people who will need care. They want to stay in their homes, and frankly, there aren't assisted living facilities, and a lot of people can't afford those anyway. So it becomes a critical component that we have providers able to provide the needed service to our community. I think we have more of a role than just writing a letter to the state. I think we need to play an active role in encouraging the state to both adopt 20 and fund us fully for it, because we don't have a revenue stream. It's hard for me to see people come and talk about how they're trying to buy food, how they're trying to pay for rent. I know that's true. What they were receiving previously, they could barely make ends meet. I go to the grocery store and I see those prices, and I wonder how can they pull it off. And I think we all have empathy for those people. So I'd like to hear your thoughts, and the idea here was to have an open discussion about strategically by when should we correct these wages, and what are we willing to give up to get there, And what might it look like if we take a more active role partnering with SEIU 2015 instead of fighting and being at odds? I think we're on the same side and we need to get it out of the state.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So before I go into the IHS, I did want to just address, I think fundamentally the way the county, for county employees gets to 20 or 23 for the entry-level county employees, I think fundamentally the county has to reduce the number of layers of different kinds of management. The Slavin study that was done years ago talked about the county Mendocino having too many mid-level managers, and that pushes up the salaries of the department heads because everybody has to earn 10-15% above the person they're supervising. So you have all these different layers, and you start pushing up the salaries of the people who are at the very top to the point where they're earning more than top department leaders at the state of California. I mean, and it somehow we invented that here at local government, even though we don't have the money the state has. So I think fundamentally that's how the county raises the wages of the lowest paid county employees, is by reducing the layers of management at the county organization. And then on the IHS, I agree with everything you said. I think that the one way to, the way I look at it is, this is a Medi-Cal program, and it's the only Medi-Cal program I'm aware of, and I would like someone to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the only Medi-Cal program I'm aware of where it's not entirely funded by state and federal funds. And we're required, because in some counties there was a legacy version of this program that was much, much smaller, very few people enrolled in, some counties had it, that the counties are required to pay 17.5% of the cost of this program. I was talking with county staff earlier about the way this program is funded, and I'm hoping we're going to have some participation from social services and our CEO on this. But my current understanding is that we, even if there was a way to reduce by some small amount the number of hours assigned to people, which to me is the logical way you raise the salaries, you keep the total cost of the program basically the same by saying, look, maybe there's a couple, and maybe they're both assigned hours for washing their dishes and cleaning their clothes and doing different things. I was told by someone who previously was in this program as a provider that it's as if they're not in the same household. And so effectively there's more hours sometimes assigned to a couple than is really needed, as if they're living alone. And so that would be an example of where the hours assigned could logically be reduced, and therefore the program could pay a higher wage without costing more for the total cost of the program. But what I was told by a county employee who understands the funding of this probably better than any of us is the state recently changed the way they're allocating the funds and the cost to the county. So we have a fixed cost of, and so like CEO Antle to chime in here, but my understanding is we're assigned a fixed cost now. So even if our county employees, as they evaluate people, somehow reduce, let's just throw out a number, 15%, the total number of hours assigned to the clients as a group, and we wouldn't see that savings because we're still assigned that $6 million cost to the program, plus we're given a 4% cost escalator. And so what would, to me, would be the logical way for the state to allow counties to manage the cost of this program to afford to pay higher wages. It sounds like in recent years they've handcuffed us and prevented us from doing that. So I think one point of lobbying on this with the state would be to, free counties to run to manage the cost of the program. Another thought that I've brought up before is, I know that inherently, if someone's in Medi-Cal, they don't have a lot of money. They can be in Medi-Cal and own a house. And not that everybody is going to donate their house upon their passing, but some fraction of the people involved here would, because there's always some people that don't have kids, they don't have anybody that they specifically want to donate their estate to, even if it's a very basic dwelling. And I think there should be a program between the county, partnership with the county, and a group like the Mendocino Community Foundation, so that no pressure on anybody, but if someone cared about this program and maybe they don't have anybody they want to donate their home to, they donate it to this fund that could be created at the community foundation, and over time you could create an endowment, and that endowment could pay part of the cost of this, part of the local share of the cost of this program. These are longer term things, they're not immediate fixes, but it seems like those are two logical things. And then the third item, I think it's more of a long shot, because I don't think the voters are in a mood to pass much of any tax, but there's nothing stopping community members who are passionate about this program from collecting signatures, getting on the ballot, and seeing if they can get a tax pass that would provide the local funds. So those are the three big picture items that I see that would provide the funding, other than hoping the state's just going to fully fund the program, which they haven't, because again, for whatever reason, this is the one Medi-Cal program, because they normally, I think with Medi-Cal, they provide roughly 35% of the cost. Federal government provides the rest. And for some reason, on this one program, they're saying, counties, you guys provide part of the cost. And yet they're taking away, as I understand it, the ability of our county staff to manage the cost of the program. But again, I would be happy to hear from the CEO, who probably understands this program better than I do. Is that true? And is there a way for the county to manage the cost of this program in any way?
CEO Antle?
Thank you. Lillian, would you allow in Stephen White and I forgot the other woman's name, but there'll be two of them that would be joining. He's the deputy director for the IHSS program. Supervisor Jurdy, you had that right. Our MOE is $6.5 million for this program, and it goes up 4% annually now. And that's a year-over-year increase of $262,000. And then we're providing, we have about 1,850 IHSS workers with close to 2.2 million hours. So that increase is dollar for dollar on that would be the additional funds to the county would be needed, whether that's you're using your realignment funds or whatever other funds you would have to support that program. You are right on the eligibility criteria. You must live in a home of your choosing, not a board of care or nursing home, be a U.S. citizen or legal permanent resident, have Medi-Cal or be Medi-Cal eligible, and then demonstrate a functional needs for assistance with activities of daily living. And then they rank those and score them. But I do believe that the deputy director is on
Yes,
now.
he's been brought over. Mr. White, can you
Stephen White?
Unmute?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
And
Did you have a colleague that you wanted also brought over, Mr. White? Or is it
Yes,
just
ma'am.
you?
I also have with me Natasha Adams, who is the senior program manager. She manages the IHSS program.
Okay.
Okay, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, this is Dan Jurdy. The specific question I have is there any ability of county employees to curtail the number of hours assigned or authorized for any of the IHS clients, so that the effect would be to reduce the number of hours so that the program could afford to pay higher wages?
Well, I don't think that lowering hours would necessarily reduce the cost, since our cost is static at $6,554,806. Now that does go up 4% year over year, which is approximately $262,000. And so if we raise wages, that's where we would have an additional cost. So the 17.5% of county share of that would be, at just $1 raise would be $385,000.
So for clarification, even if the county staff reduced the total number of hours assigned, it would not reduce the cost of the program to the county, because we already have a fixed contribution rate regardless of the number of hours of service.
Correct.
And
I can, this is Natasha Adams. I can also add, as far as the assessment of hours that a social worker does, they cannot go in and assess based off of how can we save money. They have to do a true baseline assessment. It's ethically how they have to do it based off of need of the recipient. And they also have to do it off of the training of how to assess per task. So if a social worker has a preset idea of how to save money, they will not be doing the assessment correctly and based off of how we've been trained through CDSS. We have to go by need first, and then the calculations occur automatically through our case management system. So the social worker isn't going in saying, let me give this amount of hours based off of, I think it won't cost this much. They're basing it off of the functional index range that we are given as our guide, and also any other evidence to support the need, observations, medical documentation. That is how they come up with how much time to allot. I could also address the concern about like say there's an able and available spouse, or if there's two recipients that are married. We do have to do proration in homes. It's not a set standard, but on average, when there are two individuals receiving the same task that is considered domestic and related, not personal care. Personal care has to be assessed to the individual. But if someone, say, has breakfast together and they are both recipients in the home, the time is prorated because both of them are receiving that breakfast meal by the provider. So we do get training on that as well to make sure we're not giving double the time for those specific tasks.
Thank you for that. And thank you both for being here today to be able to answer some questions. And I appreciated the graph that was included in the CEO report. And I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about, so over the last 3 years, we've had increases in both recipients and providers. In 2022, recipients were at $17.99, providers were at $15.27. In 23, recipients $18.72, providers $16.98. And in 24, recipients were at $20.26 and providers at $18.95. So we've been able to increase the numbers of both providers and recipients. And can you just tell us a little bit about, is that additional outreach that's happening? Is additional awareness of the program? And how is that impacting your budget?
Yes, I can answer, try to address that as well. So we saw a significant increase once there were some changes over the years. I can say starting with, I can go back as far as the implementation of the Affordable Care Act changed how many more people could receive Medi-Cal. And then after the Affordable Care Act, we've more recently have expanded Medi-Cal to more individuals. And every time there's an expansion of who can qualify for Medi-Cal, there is an impact on the numbers of in-home supportive services recipients, because that's more people that could then apply for services. And then if they have the doctor's support to say they need it and through their assessments, then it does have a direct impact on the increase of our number of recipients. As far as the number of providers, a lot of the providers, I don't have the exact percentage, are those that are family members versus those on the registry list, say through public authority. So in fact, there are often times that we do not have enough providers, even though the providers have increased. It's kind of like a comparison of the number of recipients that also have the number of close family members or friends that then become their providers. But then there's this offset where those that do not have family members or friends and they do need the services, there is oftentimes not enough providers to care for them. And you can see that if you look at the numbers, it can be compared to number of paid hours versus number of authorized hours. So currently we have this deficit of the number of providers that we need to help care for the people that are not getting all the care that they need because there may not be enough providers that they can find in our community. So we try to see if they can do private hire. We try the best we can to recruit for providers, but in fact, we haven't been able to do much recruiting because we haven't had the staff in public authority as much to do the recruiting. So in fact, the number of providers, if we did full effort of recruiting, if we had enough staff, would actually probably be higher. Part of the problem too is, as was addressed earlier, the wages of providers does come up sometimes in responses, but I wouldn't have specific numbers for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any additional questions from the board? Supervisor Hashed?
This problem is something that I think we are all in agreement that we want to get people up to a living wage. And if the living wage is $23 an hour, then that should be the goal. You know, we can't have people working at $17 an hour and it's creating poverty and you know, like an institutional poverty because they can't get out of that. And so I would say we should set our goals higher than $20 an hour. It's a question of the timing and how do we get there. And Supervisor Jurdy had some long-term solutions. You know, I think Supervisor Williams always asks, how are we going to pay for it? One of the things I brought up last January, I think, was increasing the TOT on short-term rentals. And that's still an option. For every percent, I think it was a few $100,000 that we would raise. If we did that and dedicated it to the in-home support service staff, you know, that would be one way, because that tax increase is really geared towards people who are not living in Mendocino County, who are pretty much the wealthiest people who can afford short-term rentals in Mendocino County. And so it wouldn't affect the citizenry, but it would, you know, we could dedicate it to increasing these salaries. So that's what I'd like to put forth. And if it went on the November ballot, you know, we could work with SEIU 2015 to pass it. I think everyone wants to work together, and that's one way to really do it.
I'm not sure if I saw Supervisor Williams' pen or Supervisor Jurdy.
Jurdy can go first.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, just some basic facts for the audience, maybe more than for the board, but if the voters put a tax on the ballot, it only takes 50% to pass. If the board puts a tax on the ballot, it takes 2/3. So for every person who votes no, their vote counts twice as much as everybody who votes yes. So I think as a practical matter, if someone wants a tax to pass, they need to go out and collect signatures and get it on the ballot. That's what the supporters of the libraries did, and I think there are community members who would collect signatures for this. Personally, I would vote for it. I think it's a perfectly logical thing, and it's just another point of information. City of Point Arena, City of Fort Bragg, they both have an addition. Their TOT tax rate is 12%. County of Mendocino is 10%. The vast majority of the vacation rentals in Mendocino County are on the coast, and so basically, if you're staying on the coast, you pay 2% less if you're in the county than if you, in terms of the tax rate, than if you're in the City of Fort Bragg or City of Point Arena. So I don't think raising the county's TOT tax rate, and it probably could be structured just as 2% on vacation rentals. I mean, it could probably exempt hotels. I think it wouldn't deter a single person from staying at a vacation rental on the coast if it went an extra 2%.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so this is why we have the agenda item. I could get behind that. I'm more concerned about having an end result where everyone is paid a living wage than the particular strategy of how we get there. And I think this would be a reasonable approach. And I think the public would likely back us on it. And I want to add, I understand Sonoma County is likely to go to 20 for IHSS. And I know Napa County has already gone to 20. And so we're likely to see neighboring counties flip, which puts even more pressure on us that why aren't we following? And the reason is because we're broke. I understand that just as well as the rest of you. Back on the county employee side, I wanted us to get to a living wage 5 years ago. And I've learned heuristically that if we don't make it a priority, if we don't ask our staff to put it down with a date, it won't happen. It'll become wishful thinking that we aspire to it. We'd like to someday pay everyone a living wage, but it just doesn't happen unless the board says this is a hard requirement, build it in. Also, learning on my side is if it were a union working with an auto industry, the fight would be over how to apportion labor versus shareholder profit. That's not the model we have. Every dollar is spent for the public good. It's all basically all spent on our employees. If it's not directly for employees, it's for asphalt that they put in the potholes, or it's a building that keeps them sheltered while they work. We don't have shareholders. The only task the board has is how to divide the pie. And under the current formula, we're dividing it in such a way that some employees really can't survive. We're paying them so little that they have to have a second or third job, and even then they may not make ends meet. I don't feel particularly proud about that. It's something that I would like to fix before I leave. And 2 supervisors are retiring soon. I'd like you to have it as part of your legacy that we began the process to bring everybody up to a living wage. And I see poverty all around the county. And I somewhat, blame the employers. How could you pay people so little? And then I look at the organization I'm a part of, and I realize we're part of that problem today. We've got to shift it. So I'm curious your thoughts on, do you support the concept of, as a strategy, choosing a date by which we're going to get to living wages and build it into the budget?
Well, I think part of that direction of staff, though, would have to be what are some strategies to fund that? And I don't see the county growing its revenues faster than its costs are growing. So I think the only way for the county to achieve that is, as I said earlier, is I think the county has to reduce the layers of management at the county. And it's been talked about for decades at this county. And I think that would have to be a priority that the board would give as one of the top strategies to raising the wages of the people the county employees at the bottom, because honestly, we've all seen what happens. Every time we raise salaries, and we're all in support of it, the last process we go through is raising the salaries of the people at the top. And as I said earlier, because we have so many layers of management, that what was a $2 increase or a $1 increase for someone at the bottom becomes, a few dollars an hour increase for somebody at the top, or many people in mid-management. So I think that has to be part of the strategy of raising the salaries for the entry-level jobs of the county is to not make so many kind of dead-end jobs at the county. We need more career sustaining jobs at the county, and I don't think it's going to be funded through new taxes.
Supervisor Williams?
How does the board feel about violating compaction? What happens is if we move people from 1750 up to 20, the employees who are getting 20 will say they need an increase, and it cascades through the whole organization. And when we do the cost analysis, we find that we can't afford it. Therefore, we don't raise the people at the bottom. Maybe it's more important to raise the people at the bottom, even if we have to live with some compaction, until such time as we can afford to adjust everyone else.
Supervisor Jordy?
So I think this is an excellent point. Not too many years ago, I remember hearing in labor negotiations, and I don't think this is a violation, but management has to be paid 15% about whoever they're supervising. And then I'm talking to family members who work for Cal HR, the state of California, and they say, well, that's not the way the state does it. It's 10% of the state. So then I've learned in more recent years that it's not industry standard that you have to pay people 15% more, but it's been a practice more often than not at the County of Mendocino. And the other thing is, you can't just look at salary, because most people, if they get into a more mid-management or supervisory or upper management, they're usually getting other benefits that that the rank and file are not getting that they're supervising. So it's not just they're getting 15% more, they're getting 15% more, plus they're getting some extra add-on benefits. So I think, again, maybe we could task HR, maybe it should be an ad hoc committee of the board, I don't know, with HR and with the executive office, but maybe looking at all of the strata of county jobs that we have, all the different layers, and saying some of these layers, if you're supervising people, maybe it's only a 7.5% differential, and maybe others it's 10, but it's never 15. And you need to take into account some of these extra benefits that go with different job classifications or different bargaining groups.
I think that that sort of leans towards our compensation policy, and you know, I think the goals of the board to make sure that everybody is adequately and fairly paid, which is something that we have discussed before, and you know, is something that we've all agreed is a priority. At this point, I'm not seeing any additional pins on the dais, so I'd like to open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that wish to come forward and speak on this item?
Hello again, Cesar Alvarado with Caregivers Union. First of all, I want to say thank you for the space, you know, to open this IHSS caregivers as a agenda item, and it's a really good discussion. And I want to say thank to Ted and John, actually to everybody, because I think everybody is on the same page. We want to raise wages for members of our community. I think we actually presented a counter proposal that it's going to take us there, because we understand, you know, this is not a multi-million-dollar corporation that we're asking. Otherwise, we'll be outside making hell. But we understand. So I just want to also remind people that we as a union are also working with the state of California. Right now, AB 1672 is in the Senate, and there are hearings right now. So that will actually, I mean, this probably will be our last contract if our plans goes through. Our plan is to negotiate straight with the state of California. So let's look at, like Ted said, this is going to be a legacy, you know, for now, increasing wages for caregivers from you, because right now you have the power. AB 1672 is gonna, like I said, it's gonna take that power away from you and go directly with the state. It's gonna be complicated because we're talking about also funding, right? How are we gonna fund that? The state of California, we're gonna be asking the state to put, you know, not millions, billions of dollars into this. So let's look at, like, from that perspective, this is probably gonna be your last contract. If we are successful, and we think we are, we already actually, the governor said he's gonna sign it. We're just working on all those details, right? But yeah, so just want to remind everybody about that. And again, I think we are very close, actually. You know, we are very close to get to 20. I think what we're asking is a path to 20. So I think I want to say thank you. And I think tomorrow you guys are going to be meeting and looking at our proposal. So we are getting close. Again, we appreciate all the conversation, and yeah. So thank you on behalf of close to 2,000 caregivers or 1,800 caregivers and the people they are taking care of. Remember, this program not only hired 1,800 people, but they're also taking care of another 1,800 plus people. And so this program affects a lot of individuals in this county. So by you guys doing the right thing, you are investing and improving the lives of thousands of members of this community. You know, caregivers from Point Arena to Manchester to Covelo, you know, every single corner from of this county is being affected by the wage increases. If, you know, we end up with a wage increase that it's a livable wage. So just remember that, you know, from Manchester to Covelo, from Leggett to Hopland, it's our members of our caregivers, and they're all going to be affected. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I see a pen up from Supervisor Hashak with a question or comment for you.
Yeah, one question for Cesar is that we're in negotiations right now, and we've seen that the budget isn't in good shape, so we are making cuts. You know, there was this idea of, you know, an additional tax on the short-term rentals, vacation rentals, and Supervisor Jurdy brought up the point that if people bring it forward, then you just need 50 plus to pass it. If the board proposes it, then it needs 2/3. So what do you think about the people bringing it forward? Because obviously we, to do, like, to fund these kind of changes, you know, it takes some money.
Yeah. Well, we have conversation in the past about that. But again, we're working at a bigger level with the state. And but I can talk to our council, union council, and see if it's something that we can. I mean, I think it's something that we definitely will go behind. But yeah, I will talk to others to see if something that we want to be behind with the support of other groups.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I'd just like to point out that these workers get to their jobs on their own accord. They get no travel reimbursement, no money for fuel. You know, with the cost of things, they're dipping into that hourly wage just to get there to help these elderly or, you know, handicapped people that they're helping. And considering that this board just had 2 items on the agenda today for raises to people that are making 2 and 3 times above our county average wage, you know, it's really disheartening. I'm glad they were removed from the agenda, but it's disheartening. This has been on the agenda for this IHSS for what, a year and a half? Back and forth, over a couple dollars, but yet we were willing to raise highly paid county officials. So that's, yeah, thank you.
Are there any other comments from in the room? Seeing no one come forward, I see a hand raised online. Jacob Patterson.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with the previous speakers, including what Carrie just said. And I think whether we get additional revenue or not from a voter initiative or the supervisors trying to do it, I don't care if you have to make additional cuts elsewhere to pay for this. These people need to be paid more. And it's a matter of life and death for a lot of people. I am aware of seniors who have not been able to get in-home supportive services help because there's nobody available to do it, in part because they can't survive on the wages. And they've either had to move to nursing homes, or in one case, I know one woman who became homeless as a result of it. Like, this is really serious. And it's one of the most important government functions, I think. I would actually put this in the category of public safety, the way we prioritize our law enforcement. Even if we have to make some cuts there, I don't care. Figure out a way to pay for this in a reasonable manner because it impacts so many people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional members of the public online that wish to comment? And are there any additional members of the public in the room? Okay, I'd like to bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, in light of what we've had this conversation about whether it's a voter initiative or a supervisor initiative. Yeah, I think that, and I appreciate Cesar's willingness to take it back to their county council or their council, but I think that that's going to take a long time to do. And I think that that would be a real burden on these people who we're trying to lift some of the burden off of. And so I would propose that we have a board initiative to raise the short-term rental transient occupancy tax by 2%, which would get it in line with other jurisdictions around here. I know that Sonoma's 12, I think. Humboldt is 12. San Francisco's 15. So, if we could do that, if we were united as a board, we could push this with people understanding that the burden wouldn't be on Mendocino County residents, and that this would be a way of dedicating those, and we would dedicate those funds just to the IHSS workers.
That this board had moved to remove some of the general fund obligations from Visit Mendocino, and I know that they have a committee that is working on an additional increase to TOT, so I think that's, part of a consideration before placing a measure on the ballot to consider. Supervisor McGorty.
There's a lot of angles to this, and I think the first thing that hits me in the head is we're talking about the lives of 4,000. That's a significant portion of our population, and the I think Cesar pointed out pretty clearly that not just the workers who need financial help, it's also the people that they help, they provide services for, and the alternative for them not receiving services. Supervisor Williams talked about finding people on the floor responding to a fire emergency and essentially cooking them breakfast because that's what they needed. So, that's a really disturbing story. And if we look at trends in aging in Mendocino County, our demographics are going to be trending older and older. We're already seeing that. So it's kind of when we go back to our strategic plan of a healthy community, this is one of the things that looms very large in front of us as we try to set priorities. I'm also keenly aware of the fact that we're in such bad financial shape right now, and without some kind of additional revenue that we can tag on this, then we're going to have to start cannibalizing other budgets to make this work. And I don't know how far you can go on that. I do have a question for Supervisor Jordy, since he was involved with the library tax. How long did it take to get signatures, and what do we need to threshold to put it on the ballot?
I think in theory there'd be time for people to get signatures for the November ballot, but they would have a committee of community members would have to get together very soon, and that's kind of asking a lot. I know the library, friends of the library groups and all those people, they were talking about it for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years, and so it wasn't impromptu thing. So I recognize what Supervisor Hashak said. This board we could put it on the ballot with a guarantee, ironclad, it has to go for this program. It's not going to the county general fund. It's going specifically for this program. And maybe it would get 2/3 vote. I don't know. I think it has a chance. I don't think it would be dead on arrival. I think there's a lot of people who would probably, be pretty receptive to it. I would support it.
Do you want to second it?
I would second it. John, are you willing to entertain any action for the other employees that aren't part of IHSS caregiving? I would like to also move in the direction of bringing our own county employees to living wages.
Yeah, certainly we need to be thinking about that too. I don't know what you're thinking about right now.
Somebody mentioned forming an ad hoc, and lately I haven't wanted to form another ad hoc, but maybe it is appropriate to begin as the conduit to begin brainstorming strategies for when and how. But I know if we don't have a strategy, it won't happen. It's just wishful thinking. And so we want to get there. We have to come up with a concrete plan. And Supervisor Jurdy's idea of less middle management, less spread between wages instead of 15%, maybe 10 or 7.5. I think those are good ideas. There may be others, but somebody needs to carry those ideas forward if we want to actually bring about change.
Of the mid-management thing, we are dealing with it, and that is part of our negotiations. So I don't know how else we're going to get the $6 million out of social services without doing some of those changes.
Right.
Supervisor McGordy?
I'd really like to hear from the staff on this, because in the end, the heavy lift is going to be put on them, and I would really appreciate CEO Antle's input on this, along with Deputy CEO Johnson's input on the compaction issues.
CEO?
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. Yeah, we've prioritized this, as we know this has been a direction of this board. The challenge, we've been taking steps throughout the year, but there's bigger steps that need to be taken. I think Deputy CEO Johnson has the number of employees that we would be looking at that would need to be raised from probably 1777 to the 20. We did not look at the additional impacts that they may have, and I hear this board at this point not particularly concerned, I guess, about those impacts of the people above the 20. It's again bringing up the lower earners. I just hope it wouldn't discourage those that are in that range just above to be moving somewhere else. And I think it may take a greater look. I did some of this work a year or so ago when HR director at the time was William Schertz. We were looking at how to reorganize the entire chart of job descriptions and classifications for the county to get to your point of career type jobs and wages. It was a big impact at that time, but you have made movement the last couple of years with wages. So again, I would look to Deputy CEO Johnson for those numbers there, but we agree, we would like to see that happen. Just don't want to discourage those that may be kind of squished in the middle as we move forward.
Deputy CEO Johnson.
Good afternoon, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. So I concur with all that CEO Antle has stated. So right now for county employees, we have about 85 county employees that make under $20 an hour. So about 25 of those are extra help employees, so 60 permanent employees that make under $20 an hour. As she stated, there is concern, of compaction with that. Now, I'm not stating what the percentage should be right now, but some of the separation right now is only a few cents. There is not a big difference, some of the salaries. So I believe bringing that up would bring it over some of the people that supervise them. So we really would need that compaction and having some direction to be able to at least address that.
Any questions from Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy?
Do you have any rough estimate of how many are below 23, which is seen as the living wage in this county?
I can get that for you. I don't have.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of it until now.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
I can get that. I just asked for the 20, so I didn't ask for the rest. But I can get
Right.
that.
And is it true that some of our own county employees are being served by other county employees for public assistance?
I have heard that. I cannot confirm the numbers, but that's true.
Yeah. So that's one thing I'd like to get away of having our own people qualify.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so Sherry, one way that the board has tried to address that issue of not being penalized in the budget by raising the wages of the people who are at the entry-level jobs is by maybe eliminating the first 1 or 2 steps, because the general public may not be aware, but virtually every job at the county, with like a handful of exceptions, has 5 steps, and each step is 5% paid more than the first step. So when we hear about someone getting paid less than whatever, they might be at step 1 or they might be at step 2. And so one kind of quick fix is kind of cheating in a way, but but not really, is to say, okay, what if we eliminated every step in the county organization chart that was less than, pick a number, $23. And that might not trigger the domino effect of compaction, where now the person supervising, it just might mean that if you get this job, you don't get hired at step 1, you get hired at step 4. And so that would be a pretty nominal cost to the county, almost no cost to the county to do that, and without rolling up further the pay of the highest paid county employees. So if HR was to look at this, could they look at how many steps might have to be eliminated to get to a $23, so that no one could be hired at the county at less than, say, $23 an hour?
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Sorry, through the chair, I apologize. So we could definitely do that. So when this board asked the wages to not be lower than $17.42 an hour, we did do that. We had to eliminate step 2 to get people to those $17.42, so it could have started at step 3. Yes, we could look at that.
Supervisor Williams?
Would there be willingness to modify the motion to include the formation of an ad hoc with Supervisor Dirty and Williams to look at this and the other ideas that have been suggested today?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, and the second to Grace. And then my last, I think other raises will come through. It's inevitable. And it's specialized talent has a premium, and it's important that we pay market so that we can retain and we can attract specialized talent. I imagine it through the eyes of our lowest paid employees, that they're struggling to get by in a real sense with the heavy inflation, and they see people who are maybe above 200,000 getting significant raises. I would like to try to time this where our employees feel that everyone is getting something, that we're doing the market adjustments that we have to do to keep specialized talent that is expensive, but we're also looking out for the people who are struggling the most. So I'm not asking for any firm commitment, but I'm hoping that all 5 of us will keep that in mind as raises come through, that we try to coordinate or synchronize the timing.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have open negotiations with several bargaining units at this time. So I have a question to the makers of the motion. Is your proposal to put a 2/3 ballot initiative on the ballot for IHSS workers solely? And I mean, is that what the ad hoc is going to work on, or are you asking to direct staff about that right now?
Well, the motion is to have county council craft a measure for increasing the short-term rental transient occupancy tax by 2%, with that money being dedicated to the IHSS workers.
So I will say that I have concerns about that at this point, especially if we have future funding needs and the state is looking at actually increasing the wages on the state rolls. And so I'm concerned. I'm going to say I'm concerned about the board jumping ahead of whatever might be happening with 2015, and perhaps not even having 2015's support on that. Supervisor Williams?
What if we were to ask for this item to come back with more detail on where we think the state bill is going? As I understand, it'll take away the negotiation power at a county level. The state will be negotiating, but I don't think it gets us off the hook for funding the program. We may not be deciding our financial commitment. It may be the state is deciding for us. So we may still need a way to backfill the new funding mandate that comes. So I'm not against the proposal, but I want to make sure, like you, that it aligns with where the state's going, so that we don't raise funds that are for a specific purpose, duplicative with other funding sources.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Hashak?
So I'm also really curious if this comes back, if we could have some projections if we do go with the increase in TOT, what that looks like, and what are we going to be able to do with it? How much of the gap can we close? Like Supervisor Mulhern, I'm concerned because we have limited opportunities for us to do this, and there may be competing interests. We want to be sure that we know everything that's going on before we make that kind of decision.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yeah, you know, in all due respect to Cesar Alvarado, that I don't think the state is going to come with money too soon. You know, we're looking at a whatever $60-70 billion deficit right now. That the CEO did do some investigation with the state about where those negotiations are with SEIU and taking over the negotiations. It doesn't seem like it's happening. And so this is a way to move forward, and we can write in a stipulation that if the state comes in and says we're going to fund it fully, then we're out of it. We'll reduce the short-term rental tax. So to do something like that. But I don't see it happening. So to make it viable, this is the way to move it forward.
Please come forward to the microphone and yeah.
We're anticipating 2027, and you're totally right. It's not for sure. So yes, I think your idea is a really good one, and I really like your last option to, you know, putting something in there that if we end up with a new way to if the state of California come up with a new way to embed to put money for the program, then the tax can go away. I really like that. So thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor Williams?
So while I think it's possible the state will increase its funding to this program, I also see the county, and I won't be here starting next year, but I see the county only being demanded, only being required to provide additional funding. So what I would foresee this is basically covering at least some of the increased county contribution to this program. I think the county is not getting out from contributing more and more to this program each year, and this could soften the blow if at least part of the increase in county contribution came from this funding source.
Assistant County Counsel, did you need to interject before Supervisor Williams, or can I have Supervisor Williams? Okay. Supervisor Williams, go ahead.
The other forecast we could use, perhaps from social services or public health, is a projection on our population 5 or 10 years out. Because we need to look at what the demand will be. Today it may be about 2,000 people receiving care. When I look at the numbers and the lack of young people moving in, there's nowhere for them to live and there isn't an economy. We have more retirees showing up. We may have twice as many people on the program. It may be a much more substantial hit to the county. We should be projecting what the population demographics look like, what our contribution will be based on that final population, and then working backwards to how much of a revenue stream we would need to identify.
Assistant County Counsel?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to add, I've heard a few proposals today, including potentially bringing a board-sponsored initiative related to the TOT. I think there's some analysis our office could provide and assist with the executive office on this, and I think if we have some time to work with them and then bring this back, we'd be able to address some of the issues we need to look at, just to make sure you're aware of, you know, the differences between types of taxes, special tax, general tax, and then sort of some of the limitations with having an initiative that is on the ballot, and how the board the limitations on the board's ability to advocate in that regard. But all of those things we can bring back in that discussion. I just wanted to offer that.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for.
Supervisor Williams, this was your item. Did you have anything else that you'd like to add?
No, but maybe we could get a restatement of the motion, just to make sure we all agree.
Well,
or I was thinking from the clerk, maybe, to see if she captured it.
Because it will change.
The motion I have is to, please excuse me, this is a newer software. Okay, the motion I have is to direct County Council to craft a measure to raise the TOT tax by 2% with those funds committed to IHSS and to increase county workers to a livable wage. And then this one I have a question about is the creation of an ad hoc to look into ideas and plans to bring back county workers to, and bring back bringing county workers to a livable wage. Is that one a part of the motion, or was that just?
Yeah.
That was agreed.
Okay.
That was agreed.
Yeah.
I
And-
think that the first part is to direct county council to work with the CEO's office to bring back information to the board regarding what we talked about.
John, are you willing to work with them? So
Sure.
it comes back and that we know at least has your support.
Yeah. Well, maybe we ought to form an ad hoc. Both of us can work together.
Yeah, I worry about the overlap with Williams Jurdy, focused on the wages.
You know, I think maybe the two of you, you're continuing on the board. It might make
Yeah.
sense to be the two of you on, just have one ad hoc on both.
Yeah, except you're also thinking of ideas that I wouldn't have in terms of the finances. Or maybe you and John? Or? I don't have a
Anyway,
preference.
I'll work with,
Hascheck
I'll
Williams.
work with staff. You guys form the ad hoc. And I'll
Is there
work
one,
with
is there
staff
one more
on-
that would like to join Supervisor Hascheck on working on the TOT increase?
I could also meet with county staff about it.
Assistant County Counsel Scott.
I just wanted to remind everyone about the Brown Act and that we have to be careful in creating committees, board-created committees, that they may be subject to the Brown Act. While I'm not certain that an ad hoc of less than a quorum would be a legislative body in requiring all of the requirements of the Brown Act, I think having two ad hocs on related issue, I think there's a potential for issues that and unintended, and I think I would recommend against having two ad hocs on this coming out of this item related to this.
Okay, well
these
then,
issues.
I would suggest it be Supervisors Williams and Hascheck because, you know, there might be a need for the committee to meet beyond this calendar year.
Okay, so and the scope will be Supervisor Williams and Hascheck working with County Council on a 2% TOT increase specifically dedicated to IHSS with a stipulation so that it becomes suspended if the state funds the program through other means. And look at ways to bring all county employees to a living wage using the MIT living wage benchmark for Mendocino County per the ideas offered by Supervisor Jurdy today.
Okay. I did receive public comment. Is there additional public comment in the room on the motion? Okay, please come forward.
I was going to answer your question. On the current wage chart, there's 65 employees that make less than $23 an hour.
Okay, I call the question.
Can we vote by the button?
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you for your participation in the meeting today. We are going to move on to item 4I, the Chief Executive Officer's Report.
Thank you. As the report has been online now for the better part of 3 weeks, as it was presented on February 27th, the update we have from Social Services and Adult Protective Services is the correction to the Veteran Services number that they posted at that time. The correct number is 707-463-4226. The rest of it stands as submitted.
Thank you. Are there any board members that have questions about the CEO's report? Thank you. I know that some departments are working on getting better data to share with us, and I just continue to ask that all departments use the CEO's report as a vehicle for reporting information to the board that our constituents would find useful or helpful, or to update us on the progress of the work within their departments. Supervisor Williams.
Do we have any estimate of when the analysis from the telematics data might be available for presentation? And with that, I heard on the street that the county may have bought 2 Dodge Durangos, which are kind of gas guzzlers. I'm curious, does the board need to take any action so that that doesn't continue, or maybe that was grant funded and we had no choice?
If I may, through the chair, that was, my understanding's been close to a year ago when those Durangos were purchased. That is not the direction of the CEO or the board, to my understanding. So I think it's clear that won't happen again. To the telematics, I do have a report on my desk to review. There were charts, but it lacked an explanation and narrative behind it. So I hope to have that report at next meeting in the CEO's report. One thing I found impressive about the report, and again, it was a quick look, there were roughly 100 vehicles that we have monitored at this time. 54 drove 0 miles in the month of February. So again, we're just getting our hands on the data, starting to look into it, trying to identify the department associated with those vehicles. So I think, as you all know, or have assumed, we have a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, that's some good news.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions, so I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on the CEO's report. Seeing no one in the room come forward and seeing no hands raised online, we will move on. The 4J, the legislative report platform, we've had already today. So 4K and supervisors reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. I'll start with Supervisor Jurdy and then just rotate. Supervisor Jurdy.
So I just wanted to correct, I made a statement earlier that was incorrect, so I wanted to correct myself. I have created 3 portfolios that I'm going to be bringing at a future board meeting that are using the same allocation that MSERA has to international stocks, which, as we know, have struggled compared to U.S. stocks. The same allocation in the portfolio to bonds, which we know don't produce a whole lot of income, and yet has outperformed MSERA's portfolio significantly. And I said incorrectly that if the MSERA portfolio had used any one of these fund portfolios for 6 years, just 6 years, since 2018 to the end of 2023, it would have been 90% funded. I overstated, that's incorrect. It would have been 82, 83, or 84% funded. But that's pretty darn good just in 6 years to have moved it that far. We are 72% funded right now. And again, had we had any one of these 3 portfolios, which is very similar to MSERA's portfolio, we would have been 82, 83, or 84% funded rather than 72 just in a 6-year span. So I'm looking forward to getting on a future agenda where I can float these kind of concepts for the board. Maybe the board just takes the information in, gets public input, and then maybe at a future meeting after that, potentially could vote to endorse these concepts of going with cheaper funds. All 3 of the funds portfolios that I constructed have fund fees of under $1 million. The MSERA portfolio that has underperformed these 3 has fund fees of over $4 million. So paying more for fund fees does not necessarily get you better performance.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Right. I went to the CalCog Board of Directors meeting, and it's their annual conference. There was a lot of talk about EVs and the loss of revenues because of not paying the gas tax. So there was a discussion about road use charge or charge of mileage. And it was interesting because there was a recognition that there is an equity component for it because rural versus urban, you know, if we're charged mileage, certainly in rural areas we have more mileage. And then the rich versus poor equity issue with not paying the gas tax or people being able to afford electric vehicles versus old gas guzzling clunkers. Also, the Area Agency on Aging, you know, we've hired an ombudsman, Debbie Dawkins, and she responds to complaints and issues in senior facilities in Mendocino and Lake counties. So she's going to be housed in Mendocino County, and so it's a move forward because there's been issues that haven't been able to be resolved quickly. I think that this ombudsman will be able to do that. First Five had their State of the Child conference, and it was very successful. Lots of people and very good information, great presenters, and so good work on that. The museum ad hoc committee of Supervisor Jurdy and myself, we met a couple times with staff and Deputy CEO Johnson. We're looking at the next steps in the transition, and one of those is on March 13th, this Wednesday at 4 o'clock, from 4 to 6 at the museum. They're going to have Mike McCoy, who's the executive director of the Kern County Museum. He's going to come up and talk about how they made that transition away from having a county-run museum to having a nonprofit entity run it. And so there's still county involvement in it, but he's going to kind of lay out what they did in Kern County and you know, see what the interest is here in Mendocino County to do that transition too. And then the Office of Emergency Services, I really want to praise them for the preparation for the snow event, you know, that was supposed to happen March 2nd and 3rd in the inland county. And obviously the snow didn't happen as much as was forecast, but people were very appreciative throughout the inland area for the preparation that they had done and working all together with the other first responders. The sheriff had vehicles, you know, pre-positioned out there. Caltrans and the Office of Emergency Services was delivering go bags and generators, and so really good work on that front. And then I was on the CSAC Board of Directors meeting on Friday. There was certainly talk about budget cuts, what we're going to do about them, how to keep those cuts away from the most vulnerable people. And so we'll see, like CEO Antle talked about earlier, we'll see how those play out, but it's certainly something to be aware of as they go into the real budget discussions in the next few months. And I checked on some of the IMSERA results. I'm totally on board with what Supervisor Jurdy is talking about. At last meeting there was talk about, you know, the poor returns of IMSERA. And over the last 15 years, their returns have been 9.00 versus a benchmark of 8.81. And so the returns are pretty good. They could just be better if the fees were decreased, right?
So I'm not saying
Supervisor Jurdy, did you have a response?
Yeah, so interestingly, the last 15 years starts in 2009, which was a good year, and goes through 2023, and only had one bad year in the lot of 15 years, which is 2022. If you go back for the 15-year performance that was issued the year before, ending 2022, you bookmarked it with a bad year at the beginning and a bad year at the end, 2008, 2022. And the 15-year performance a year ago was actually 6.03. So it's remarkable to see that you could just 1 year difference in a 15-year run could be 6% or 9%. So this year, that 15-year number looked really good, and the year before. And if you go back, if you make it 16 years, starting in 2008, ending in 2023, I did the math on this, it's 6.35. So over the last 16 years, we've only earned 6.35. All three of these portfolios I put together are about about a full percentage point higher than the 6.35. I think I got it at least 7.5. So anyway, so there is definitely room for improvement. It's not the worst pension portfolio by any means out there. There are others that are performing much worse. There's just room for improvement.
Yeah. And with all those, it is outperforming the benchmark by a little bit, but it could be better.
Yeah, it's
right?
a self-selected benchmark by our consultants.
Okay. And then, let's see. Lastly, in the last month or so, we've lost several key people in our community, and I just want to recognize Dan Knapp, David Nelson, former judge, Bev Galton from SEIU 2015, who's certainly showed up at the meetings all the time, and from Willits, Edie Cicerelli. So if we could end the meeting with a moment of silence for those people, it'd be great.
Yeah, no problem. Supervisor Jordy, did you have something?
Yeah, just briefly, Supervisor Hashak brought up the storm event, and there was a freak accident in Leggett where when the storm came in, there was lightning that hit a redwood tree right next to the town post office. It burned it down. And so I've been in communication with Congressman Huffman's office. They've written a letter supporting reinstatement of postal service in the town of Willits. And I was just wondering if
Leggett.
in Leggett. And could I maybe present the chair with a letter on behalf of the board to say that to the post office to say that we would support reestablishment of a post office in Leggett?
I believe that the board would agree with that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
I just have one item. Sorry. So I just have one item I wanted to mention that we're working on and making good progress on, which is our biomass biofuel conference that we're going to hold May 2nd, May 3rd. Just about have the agenda all finished out. This is a collaborative effort between primarily the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District and Anna Mackins also played a very big role in this from our Economic Development Division. So day one on May 2nd will be field trips to look at practical ways of reducing fuel loads. And we're going to have two locations, one in Sonoma, one in Mendocino. And the idea is, what do you do with the biomass that comes out when you do thinning operations? How do you manage a site to reduce fire danger? And then on the next day, we're going to be at Potter Valley, then we'll go to Hopland Research Extension Center and take a look at pyrolysis device that makes biofuels and biochar. So we'll have some tactile experiences. The next day we'll actually have a conference that will look at policy, strategy, and projects to help create new economic opportunities for the biofuel industry here in Northern California. And participants will include CAL FIRE, University of California, as well as a lot of independent entrepreneurs who are working on these issues. From small scale, there's one group that's doing forest thinning and making tiny houses out of it, all the way up to large scale, which would be Mendocino Redwood Products, who are just using the waste from their mill. They'll be able to make some kind of a biofuel, whether it's hydrogen or natural gas, we don't know. But anyway, it should be trying to help move this whole concept of biofuels forward while at the same time doing a multi-benefit approach of reducing fire hazards and creating jobs and employment here on the North Coast.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, slight correction. From a credible source, it appears to be 196 of our county employees are below $23 per hour. I think Carrie's number may have been right, but it references the number of classifications rather than the number of employees. So 196 people. On the 26th, Supervisor McGordy and I have an item for a workshop regarding planning and building services and environmental health. In case anybody wants to invite any builders or applicants to that meeting, I think it'll be a really good place to have an open discussion about what's working well what could use some tuning. And of course, every chance I get, I'm reminding people that it should be heavily moderated, and that it's not a place to show up and complain about a particular interaction with staff. It's to talk about structural and systems changes of, sometimes it takes storytelling of what happened for us to recognize that there's a policy change that's needed to improve operations for future applicants. But I'm really hopeful that it's a beginning of a pattern. Maybe if it's a success, we want to consider it with behavioral health and DOT, because inevitably supervisors get calls from members of the public, and then we have to go to staff, and staff has a slightly different story, and we try to work out what went wrong. But we're correcting one-off problems rather than addressing structural issues. And with normal agenda items, there's so much pressure to keep the meeting moving that we can never get into a real discussion. And so I'm hoping this is a slightly less formal workshop where we can have an open discussion about what's working well and what opportunities we may have for improving the department. I'm specifically asking builders, people who use planning and building services and environmental health services regularly, to show up, because they're applicants that are well trained in the system and have done several over and over for years. I think they may have the most valuable feedback about how we can improve. Anna Mackin has come up a couple times today. Amazing hire. Every time I've met with her, I've walked away feeling like we couldn't have somebody better on the economic development front. So I'm thankful to the supervisors who pushed for that position to be created, probably against my urging, and the CEO for doing an excellent recruitment. Last, one of the things that I've contemplated often in regards to this county government is how difficult it is to bring change. All of us in our own ways have probably struggled. We have an idea, we want to fix the organization, but we hear we can't afford it, or it'll take years, or it involves coastal commission and we'll all be gone before they ever even read the letter. I think that's probably the core. One of the core problems that this board needs to tackle is how to become an organization that embraces change, that can more rapidly be more agile in applying new ideas. And I don't blame anybody, because keeping status quo is human nature, right? We're all trying to survive, and a lot of times how you survive is you keep doing what is working. And where an organization begins to change is where urgency is developed, that if we don't change, we're not going to survive. And I don't think the authoritarian, the board tells the CEO and the CEO passes the message down, I don't think that's the most effective way to bring about change. We may get compliance, but we're not going to get commitment. It'll take commitment at all levels to carry some of the initiatives that we're talking about, whether it's addressing having a water agency, or refactoring how planning and building works, or finally fixing the EMS problem. We had a packed room when there was an ambulance shortage in Willits. Those people aren't in the room today, and so we've lost that momentum. But that problem will surface again. EMS is no better; it's actually worse than those days. And I think we made progress on moving the conversation forward about in-home supportive services. In the decade to come, there will be a lot more demand on that, and so I feel good about the action that we took today, and I'm thankful for your involvement.
I think I have a question for you, Supervisor Williams, and maybe it's not a question you can answer right now. You just used the words heavily moderated for your item.
Yeah.
And I've had a preview of the agenda item, and I'm not sure your expectations. So hopefully you can work with staff for really making sure that that is a meaningful conversation, and not, as you stated, just an opportunity for people to come and complain about individual concerns.
Supervisor McGordy and I have met with Steve Dunnicliffe in the back corner, and directors of environmental health and planning and building services. What I think we need from the chair is, and we can't talk outside of this meeting, so we'll use the opportunity due to Brown Act. We want to make sure staff walks away feeling that it was a valuable process, that we got public feedback from the public. The board indicated which ideas there's support for, which we can't address now, so that we can do it again. If this is a session where people show up and they just complain about their particular applications and how staff process it, I don't see us repeating the exercise. And so I think that's what we need to, at the very beginning, highlight. This is an opportunity to get everyone in a room together work out some of the failure points so that we can all do better. But it needs to be, all of the input needs to be guided down a path of being positive and constructive ideas, as opposed to gripes about the county's past performance. And I'm glad that you're chair for this one.
I'm glad that you're prepping the folks that you're talking to about the tone of the meeting. So I think that would be very helpful in advance.
We'll reiterate that at the beginning, but we can't tolerate anything towards our staff that's going to make them wish they weren't here. The idea is to get the goal is to get ideas on the table.
I agree. So Supervisor Hashak, did you have something additional you wanted to report?
Well, I just wanted to add to that I've been to both the environmental health and the planning and building workshops with stakeholders, and both of those meetings were very positive, I thought. I thought people really brought it. You were at the public or the planning and building, and people brought in their ideas and concerns, and I came away with a couple issues that the board needs to deal with, such as a hiring freeze, such as consultants, how to use those effectively. And so I have a meeting with Marlena Dooley next week to talk about how to bring those forward. But I think that that's the kind of dialogue we need to have with people, whether it's in the board meeting or in separate venues where we can really focus on exact issues and bring them forward.
Thank you. For my supervisor's report, I had committed when we heard from the community about the Veteran Services Office relocating to public health that if the location didn't work out, that I would support moving back to the house on Observatory or trying to figure out an alternative location. The board did vote to move the VSO back to the house on Observatory, and I know that Deputy CEO Dunnicliff and Tony Rakes are working diligently with both air quality and other departments to try to figure out a new location for air quality, and I hope that we have a report very soon about what that move and transition plan looks like. In the meantime, I have planned a hybrid town hall, so I'll be here at 501 Low Gap Road, Conference Room A, on Thursday at 6 p.m., and we'll also host a Zoom portal at the same time at meeting ID 707-954-8230 and password LOCAL707 to get feedback from veterans in our community about communication. And in particular, what I am looking for, and I went to the American Legion meeting last night, and I plan to attend the VFW meeting on Thursday night as well if I can. In particular, what I'm looking for at our opportunities for the county to better collaborate with our veterans, and in particular when we're making moves that do affect them. So we're talking about thousands of people that have served our country in the military and supporting them, and getting their feedback, I think, is really important for everybody on this board. So I'll continue to update on that work. And I really also wanted to thank the CEO, the Golden Gate Bridge Team Initiative, everybody in the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office, and for all of the work that has been done in the budget turnaround plan. I mean, this board, this agency is facing serious financial difficulties, and they have really worked hard to dig in and find some solutions so that we can continue to move forward as an agency. And I think it's really important that we honor and recognize that they are doing a lot with very little, and I appreciate their understanding and support as we try to move through these challenging financial times. So with that, I'd like to have a moment of silence before we adjourn the meeting. Thank you for your time. Meeting is adjourned.